8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. Good Time Gang live in studio today. Willamette Could Spin Bible study live today, noon central with Rick. So make sure you've got your day planned where you can join that. Noon central with one Rick Burgess. All right, Eddie Van Adler, he's here. He's got TV live in HD. I'm Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. It's the Good Time Gang. We'll look at this old crazy world, try to break it down as best we can, and get things ready for when the main show starts in 1 hour from now. Well, you heard me say their name, and there they are over to my right, Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Excelente.
Excelente.
Yes.
Good.
Excelente.
Excited about the day.
Well, good deal. I know that yesterday you said that your day was changing. The kiddos were back in school.
Yeah.
Which means as a parent, you have a little bit more freedom as far as your schedule goes.
4.5 hours to be exact.
Yeah.
But nobody's counting.
And you were just giddy yesterday when I talked to you yesterday afternoon. You were just like, hey, how about this?
Yeah.
Huh?
It's nice. It's nice. It really is. Like I can't control the smile. It's just happening.
Well, there it is.
So, yeah. A lot done. I can get a lot done. I can get a lot done without people going, hey, can you take me here? Hey, can we go get this? Hey, I need this. Hey, when are we going to do this? None of that yesterday.
After school.
You know what it was? Here, it's what it was when I got home yesterday.
Nothing.
No,
Silence.
just nothing. Just nothing.
Yeah.
Couldn't believe it.
What'd you do with your nothing?
Well, Speedy, I kept the laundry knocked down, got me a load of laundry. You know, this is what I've turned into at the house. And I think everybody's on board with it. I'm the laundry guy and the dishes guy.
Okay.
And I really don't have to do anything else.
Okay.
Now, I know that's a lot, especially when you have 3 kids.
Yeah.
Okay, so I get that. But I've turned into that guy. So I've just said we've got a place in our house where I call it the laundry station. Okay,
okay.
It's actually a desk that nobody uses. But I simply go, hey, here's the deal. I'm going to do everybody's laundry, but I'm not putting it up for you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to stack it real nice over here on this desk, laundry station. And at some point during the day, don't care when it is, but I don't want to get up in the morning at 4 o'clock to leave and stuff be there. So just get it, put it up. And if there's towels there, put the towels up. Spread the love in the bathrooms with the towels. Don't really care who puts them. If you just take the responsibility. So did a little bit of that yesterday. Knocked down the dishes. Watched a television show. Went to the gym for about 45 minutes to an hour. Hit some tennis balls.
Okay.
Had some work. So I always have work stuff that I'm in. And I always keep my laptop up in the environment that I'm in, so I can kind of go, okay, I need to do that. Okay, I need to do that.
Did you read 10 pages of a nonfiction book?
I did not.
No, come on,
not.
man.
I don't think so.
pages.
Did
I may have.
you take a 5-minute cold shower?
You know, I think I always
Yeah.
read 10 pages of a nonfiction book.
every day.
Yeah, I think I do.
Okay.
It's 10 pages, guys. I mean, we're reading constantly. By the way, had several emails on that yesterday saying the hard 75 or 75 hard.
It'd be 75
Workout.
hard, buddy.
Yeah.
Not the other.
Yes, everybody.
Saying
Had it backwards.
that I needed to dig into that a little more. That I would like that was right up my alley.
Yeah.
So-
It does
And
sound
you
like
said
it's
that.
up- yeah.
You did say
I mean, that's why I brought it up.
I looked at it and I had the complete opposite feeling.
Yeah, I don't see you doing it, buddy.
Well, the cold shower got all of us. Threw us for a wrinkle. But it was a very good, productive day for me. Without any drama of kids, and that was glorious. Loved it.
Back to the 75 hard. I looking in it a little bit more. It looks like you can adapt the best eating habits when it comes to this diet that best serves you. In other words, kind of either create your own. They have suggestions. and one of them is when it comes to eating, focus on trying to do better and lowering your carb intake and all this. Anyway, so Hobie, who brought this to us, a former intern and friend who we try to do better with, he said he's doing his doing better diet. When that is, he's going to go to the restaurant and instead of eating everything he wants, he's going to take one or two things off the menu and try to do a little bit better. And I was like, "Are you serious?" And was he not dialed in on that? He said that was going to be his eating portion of it.
Yeah,
just doing
I'm not
better.
sure what that
My
means.
doing better diet.
Man,
That's what he called
We
it.
got to laughing yesterday. Good night.
A little bit better, not
No, that's right. Just a little bit, not a lot, but just a little bit better.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. But yesterday you're talking about laundry. Our laundry room had thrown up, and I don't know if you've ever walked into one and seen it when it, every now and then my garage will throw up. Other things, where you're just like, how did this happen? And
it can be intimidating because you don't know where to
I
start.
think I did end up doing about 4 loads yesterday. Yeah. It was just one after another. It's like I was a laundromat. And I don't know what it is about laundry. Hate it. Hate every second of it. Hate folding. Don't like it. But knocked it out yesterday. And then we watched another episode of China from Above. It's real scary, y'all.
From above?
I don't like it. I don't like nothing about it. But
seeing buildings is scary.
Boy, China's big. No, just you don't understand. They're really dialed in, Greg, and we're not. We're not at all. We're all fighting, won't know what bathroom we go to, and
they're forced to be dialed in. You're right.
Yeah, no, but they are. They're not asking really how you feel about it. Which I'm not saying I want to go and live there. I'm just saying we seem to be going 2 different directions. And Smithsonian Channel has this series called China from Above. It's not new. It's a couple of years old. But when we were trying to find something, we were dialed in, and it's got 2 seasons, and so we're watching 1 or 2. And then I come up this morning. I see where China and Russia had joint military exercises together. Yeah, I'm just telling you. Huh? I'm just telling you. We're all busy over here, and we're all doing this, and we're all fighting amongst ourselves, and we got some little busy bees over here just going at it.
From above.
Yeah, from above.
Back
so
to
watch
the,
out.
Back to the laundry. You know what I've learned? And it's hard to do this, but if you'll just do 1 load of laundry per day, it will never stack up on you. 1 a day.
Yeah.
One a day.
One a day.
1 a day.
Sometimes
Like
you jump into that's it. Sometimes if you jump in 2, you'll really catch up. But I've noticed that if I just do 1 a day, like today in my mind, I think I already looked in there this morning before I left. I thought, okay, that basket's going to be washed and put up today, and they won't have to worry about anything.
Yeah. Let me ask y'all a question. When it comes to chuggers, are y'all a big
chuggers?
Are y'all big chuggers? In other words, can y'all drink things real fast? Can y'all chug it down? You can.
Yeah. You talking about like kill it or just I drink fast?
Yeah, I drink fast. Like I'm opening up that water bottle and I'm gonna chug it.
I don't really chug. I don't
chug
see the need to
non-stop,
chug.
But I drink fast.
You do? I got a question about that.
I don't kill it.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show, and we thank you for being with us. Don't forget, Bible study live today, noon Central, and Willamette could spin at any time today, and so be standing by for that. You never know. If you want to join in on the conversation, you can do so. It'll be unscreened phone calls, and so we could take it at any moment. As we roll on back, I had asked you guys if y'all are into, or if you ever have. I know we're grown now. We're a little bit older, so we probably, if that ever happened in your life, you've probably grown out of it. But were y'all ever into, hey, I'm chugging this, watch this? You were?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a down this real quick. Huh?
I can't relate
Now,
to
are you
that.
putting a hole in the can, or?
Well, no, I mean,
That's
like,
not what he's talking about, Greg.
we've got, and now that I've seen the video,
Well, I guess that could be
Remember
what he's
that?
talking
Yeah.
about, but
never
there's
really got
a
that.
competitive eater, Eric Booger.
Kind of hard. Isn't it?
Booger.
That'd be Booker, excuse me.
Booger, well.
Let me get that K in
He may
there.
have a booger.
And
He's a big one.
he is.
Big
and,
body, little head. Maybe
well,
it's
a
the
little bit.
camera
It
angle.
might have been the camera angle, Greg. Anyway, he has set the Guinness World Record in chugging 2 liters of soda. All right.
Okay.
Now the world record
That's a lot of
was
soda.
it was 30 seconds. He did it in 18.45
Oh, he
seconds.
blew it out of the water.
Yes. How
He's a
fast? How
chugger.
fast? I mean, that's carbonated. That's got to be tough, right there.
Yeah, I don't know.
There he is. There,
There you see a little pea head sitting on his body.
Greg.
He can wear a thimble for a helmet.
How fast do you? I mean, that's carbonated. How fast do y'all think y'all could drink? Let's see. This Dasani 20 ounce
2
water
minutes.
bottle.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. I know you are a sipper. You're not.
I don't. Look, you know what I do as far as drinking goes? I quench my thirst and then I move on about my day.
Mhm. Yeah, but
I
I'm
don't
saying,
ever
something
think,
about
man,
that
I got to
body
knock this out.
That body armor, when I open one, I have to immediately just drink it. It's gone.
How fast do you think you could drink it?
I don't know.
Now, if I'm like in the
If I'm
hot
trying
sun,
to,
I'd like for you to go get one.
if I've been
too.
working out in the yard or I've been playing tennis or something, I've got a good sweat going and I
Mhm.
want to just, I'll knock back a good bit for a few seconds, but I don't look at it and go, man, I got to knock this out now.
Get a couple of
Chug
them.
it all.
couple of
He's
them.
going to try to make every one of us sick.
Huh?
You're good at you'll
It's
do
not
this.
going to make you sick.
I don't know.
He said
If your body's not used to it.
Adler's showing the Guinness World Record of downing a 2-liter.
That would be tough, man.
Yeah, that is tough. I mean, because it's got all the. Did you see all the fizz in it and everything? Oh my goodness! Of course, he lets one out after.
Sure he does.
I mean, you got to. You just got to escape your
Yeah.
body. You know. I mean, good night. Can't leave it all in there. But I just wondered because I used to be. I could do something pretty good there. You know. Huh?
It's hard to do it cold.
You only get 2?
You said 2.
I said, well, a couple is 2. You're right. But I thought maybe since there's 3 of us, you would. Oh, you went with the flavor you wanted. What's this? What'd you give me?
That's not that
A
good.
blueberry?
He said that's not that good, so you gave it to him.
Hey, thanks, buddy. The little man's not going to do it?
He just said he didn't want to do it.
I said I don't.
Yeah, hey, look,
Uh-huh.
you tell you what, you talk to me like that again, we're fine.
Are we trying to kill this, or are we just going to drink it?
Yeah, I want to see how fast you
Make
can do
yourself sick. That's fine.
it. I want to see how you, I want to see how fast you
cold,
can do it.
though. That
I'm going to time
hurts.
you. I'm going to time you. Hold on. Ready? Go.
What is wrong with y'all?
All right,
We're
here
like
it goes. It's going up.
4.
It's going up. You're at 5 seconds. Oh, my goodness. That's strong, buddy. Good job. Good job. You can't do it? You tapping out?
Cold. If it wasn't cold, I could do it. Got a cold headache.
Oh. So,
Oh.
All right. So you were at
I
13
could do it
seconds.
if it wasn't
Greg,
cold.
look how close you were.
The coldness is what.
So you gave yourself mixed berry, and I'm blueberry.
strawberry.
Huh?
No, yours is strawberry.
No, it
something,
says
man.
blueberry.
Pomegranate.
Pomegranate or
It
something.
says blueberry, pomegranate,
Whatever it
granate,
is.
whatever. I don't know.
Dadgummit, I had it, but it's like the
Pomegranate.
coldness got me.
I don't know.
What
All right, let me
is-
see
so
here.
this is y'all. So we're
It's
chugging.
probably going to get all over me
You're
here.
chugging drinks, body armor.
Too cold.
Please look.
There you go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He did it.
6 seconds.
Wow. You had me on that.
That was impressive.
Gone.
How you feel?
Stomach's cold.
So how does that compare? Okay, you said how 6 seconds. Another guy had the 2-liter Coke in 18.
about that?
Was it
You did
18
it.
seconds?
I couldn't do it.
Uh-huh. What do you think
So-
you could do it in, Helmsy? Are you in?
65 seconds.
65.
But I'm gonna have to take about 3 breaths.
Oh, my
I
goodness.
do feel like I need to puke.
Well, of course, Greg, because you just did something to your body you're not used
Hey, by
to.
the way, that's not that bad. Blueberry's not bad.
You
Huh?
like the pomegranate?
Yeah, a little lightheaded right now.
Yeah. See, I didn't want to feel like this, so I said no.
Top of my head's tingling.
You two, I bet, would do y'all peer pressure.
Huh?
I bet y'all gave in to so many things as a kid.
Oh yeah.
Huh?
I mean, there was a limit.
I mean, how old were we in our 50s? And,
Well, you remember that time we had that
this
going?
took all of 2 minutes. Hey, I bet you won't do this. Well, you go get some.
Well, listen. Remember the time they were interviewing David Nasser in here, and we got screaming in the kitchen because remember that Speedy dared me to kill. He flipped in the air. If he caught it a certain way, I had to kill it.
You mean you're talking about when
remember
Nasser was
that.
giving his
Yeah.
real serious
And we're in the
testimony?
kitchen going, yeah, you can hear it.
Yeah, I'm like down.
Yeah. Well,
Oh my goodness. I thought you could do it faster. I'm just going to tell. I mean, I'm a little disappointed.
it's
in you.
cold. The cold got me.
The 6 seconds was impressive, Speedy.
The cold got me.
Yeah, 6.5, almost 7.
That's still.
I mean, if I-
anything less than 10.
Yeah.
It was real. I was shocked that you didn't push through the coldness because that's normally what you
Yeah,
would do
I
is
know.
go, you know what? I'm in this. I've only got a little bit left. I know
Yeah,
it's
I don't
cold
know,
and I'm going to have a headache, so I'm going to have a
I
good
wasn't
one.
mentally ready.
Yeah.
I
Let me
had to
ask
prepare.
you.
I reluctantly.
You should have
participated.
read 10 pages
I
of
should have.
nonfiction yesterday and you probably would have been ready.
I should.
Huh?
That's true. I should have. I wasn't prepared,
I have
physically or mentally.
true or false?
And now your stomach's hurt.
There's a new
Yeah.
survey that shows 74% of of parents say their kids eat much healthier than they did when they were a child their age.
I would follow
On top of that, 76% of adults say they snacked way too much with junk food while growing up. Basically
Yeah.
saying over 2/3 of parents say they were pickier eaters than the kids growing up. So, I mean, basically saying, looking back, a couple of things, we were a little bit pickier when we
Yeah.
got to eating, which we've talked about.
very
As a
picky.
kid,
Well,
I just want to
my
apologize to
kids
my
were,
parents.
too.
I just want to apologize to my parents right now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was a handle.
I mean, good night. I mean, I didn't want my food touching.
I didn't
I'm not
either.
eating that, and I want to just. And now,
Imagine going to a Friday night ball game and I'm throwing a fit because I want a plain hot dog,
yeah,
a plain one. I don't want anything on it. You know, they pre-make them.
yeah,
Mom, ew.
that's crazy, man. But 74% of parents say that their kids eat much healthier than they did as a child. Now, I can see that because now we're scared of everything, and
Yeah,
so
we didn't care.
No, back then we didn't care at all. And
Still
then
don't
on
like
top
it,
of that, 70% of adults say they snacked on way too much junk food while growing up. Yeah, we'd eat it. I mean, junk food wise, I mean, there was not these, you know.
We get a zinger in a minute.
Oh yeah. Now it's like, you know, you open up the pantry and it's like all healthy stuff. I'm like, what's going on here? Let's just snack.
No fun in that.
No. But I will say this: I was a very picky eater. So the
I was too.
2/3 of parents that say they were
Oh,
pickier
my,
eaters
like you
than
said,
their
my
kids.
food couldn't touch.
No.
Now I'm the complete opposite.
Well-
I'll eat about anything.
I
Yeah,
think our
yeah.
society today, everybody's picky because
Yeah.
we all have more options now.
Yeah. That
We
and
didn't.
also,
We didn't back in the day.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that's
and everybody's scared of everything about eating this and eating that. Oh, I can't have that. Oh, it'll kill you. Back then we just ate. You know what I mean?
I know. We didn't care.
But boy, yeah, I back to what you were saying. I was so picky of an eater. I am so sorry. Good night alive. Now I'll just eat anything. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes till top of the hour.
Hamsey can't drink fast. He just likes to sip.
We are back. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show is brought to you by ReliefFactor.com. We have been talking about this outstanding product for a number of years now. If you have pain or inflammation, you really need to try Relief Factor. A lot of the staff here takes it because we suffer from the aches and pains of inflammation, the body's natural inflammatory response function that can cause the aches and the pains that you experience from exercising, overexertion, aging. That's where we land. Everyday living. That's where we land. But you need to check them out right now. If you're in that category, look at ReliefFactor.com, and when you do, order the 3-week trial pack for just $19.95. You know, the over-the-counter painkillers, they've got they got a function, but taking them multiple times a day, every day, is harming your body. So that's not what you want to do. If you suffer from aches, pains, or inflammation, go to ReliefFactor.com, learn more there, and get that quick start pack. It's a 3-week trial pack, $19.95, less than $20, $19.95, or you can visit them at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. All right. Let me ask you a question. Are y'all biters? Do y'all bite?
Bite people?
I mean, if you ever, if like when you were growing up, if you ever got in a fight,
We've got biters and chuggers this morning.
Wow, what a morning.
if you were ever in a
What
fight,
if you were biting
would you,
and then you had to chug?
would you bite people? No, like
When I was a kid, I would bite. I think I bit Rick a few times.
Well, I was
during
gonna
some
say,
fights.
let me go
And that
get
was
Rick.
If I'm at your last, I mean, nothing's working. I got to do something desperate.
yeah,
Yeah, but
I could probably bring
if
him
things
in here.
get rough, you might have to bite.
Do I need to call Jay and see if you ever bit
No,
Jay?
I don't start out
we
with a
weren't
bite,
biters.
no. But
Yeah.
if things got really out of hand,
He'd
say
like-
you were pinned down, you couldn't move, and you had to bite him.
Right,
Come off.
right.
What are we gonna do?
Like maybe he's sitting on you and he won't let you
Yeah,
up,
bite
something
around
like
the
that.
back.
You panicking. But as a grown man, y'all, we haven't been fighting as grown men. When's the last time y'all got in a fight? Straight up.
Oh
Huh?
my goodness, I don't know. I really don't.
I think it'd
Was
be
it-
it'd have
did
to
you
be
get any-
college for me, I believe.
Oh.
Maybe not
Probably
even
around
college.
that age.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Well, we've had a road rage incident in
I
Chicago.
might get in a fight today.
A Chicago man beat up an off-duty police officer and bit off
He
a
did
nipple of another officer, the officer's friend.
Whoa. So he beats one guy up.
Yeah.
And then he turns around and bites his friend's nipple off.
Kyle Clark is being charged with aggravated
Not only
assault
bite,
on,
I mean, he
on
went-
a peace officer, and the officer's friend was taken to the hospital for treatment, but he was missing something.
Good night.
Guy
You talk
locked
about
on,
a twister.
Guy locked on right there at his chest
That-
and wouldn't let go and bit
How
it
you
off.
think that felt?
Huh?
Say. Goodness gracious.
Can
You remember
you
we had a
imagine-
story where a beaver bit a guy's nipple off. You remember that? We did that story. You do remember that?
I don't.
Yes. Y'all don't, it was a few years ago. He picked up a beaver and it bit his nipple off. Y'all don't remember
Hey,
that story?
a beaver will kill you. Have
Oh,
you ever seen
them
one of
big
them
old
hit,
teeth.
attack somebody on their
Mess with
leg?
them.
Get bled to death. That one. You remember the one that was walking down the dirt road and ended up biting his leg, running up his
Or
leg?
was it a caller that brought that up? I think it might have been a caller.
I don't know,
Said their
bled to that
brother-in-law.
guy bled to death.
You made it up.
I know. I think I'm
I think
serious.
it was a
I
caller.
believe my story more than yours. I can
I
tell
think it
you
was a
that.
caller that said that their brother-in-law or somebody that a beaver bit their nipple off. Just saying. That was the story. We did that story. I don't know if it was a caller or what. It seems like it was a caller.
Adler's trying to find it now. Good luck with that, buddy.
I'm trying to figure out last time I bit somebody.
Yeah, I'm not.
I was a
I'm not.
kid.
I'm not a biter.
Me and Rick was probably Rick.
Yeah.
It had to be. Yeah.
Yeah.
No doubt.
I'd like to ask Rick, when's the last time Greg bit you?
We were kids. Yeah.
But it would be a panic feeling. I'm being smothered. Somebody's
It was
sitting
like
on me,
that.
and I'm just panicking. I got to bite you.
But when little kids, when they first get violent, they usually go with the bite.
They do.
That's the first thing
Yeah.
they get in trouble
Yeah.
for doing, biting
Yeah.
somebody. Hey, don't be biting people.
Right. And then, then you got those teeth marks on you.
I know.
Good
You'll be,
night.
the other kid will be screaming.
But as a grown man, I haven't been biting anybody
No, I have
lately.
not. Especially that type of situation.
My
no.
goodness, alive.
So,
So we
I'm
got-
going to beat you up, and then I'm going to bite your friend's nipple off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I found something for Greg.
Okay,
on the
good.
paper.
Thank you, Adler. Appreciate that.
You got me turned up here?
Okay.
Is that what
yeah.
it was? Okay, maybe that was it.
Yeah, I got you here.
Somebody-
Let's see here. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Gotcha.
It's you're right. I remember this now.
Brother got his nipple bitten off by a beaver.
That was it. That was it.
That's
I knew
it.
I'd heard that somewhere.
Foxworthy, thank you.
Greg, you
Someone
had us
told
doing
him
a
that.
story
I couldn't remember, guys.
But I think that Foxworthy bit is based on a true story.
Yeah, remember he said, okay, we heard. I think we played it on the air one time.
Okay. Keep adding to it.
Are you really thinking?
I don't even
thought
think
we
you were
did.
at the show when Foxworthy's talking about
No,
that.
probably not. I'm just saying, I knew there was a story about somebody's nipple getting bit off by a beaver.
Keep saying it.
I don't know where we heard it, but that's got to be it. Story, something. That's what it was.
I love you. I
remember
love
now
you.
it
I
was.
love you had it
That
right.
is
You
where
had the
got it.
story
I knew
right.
there was a story out there about that.
And you know what, Rick? They might come in the studio and go, "No, I remember that. I don't have any memory of us doing the story on the show."
We probably didn't.
But this is a current story, and of course in Chicago. Chicago's just a
Chicago's
mess.
side, isn't it?
Good night,
Tell your old forehead, she's got that place
Mayor Lightfoot.
Really?
Yeah,
clicking.
yeah, she does.
Ever since the census cowboy ran the hoofs off that horse, remember that?
Let's please not
tried to
forget
be
that.
sharp, and we're gonna have the census cowboy, and we let him run on the asphalt, and they have to shoot the horse or whatever.
Yeah, I had to put the horse down.
That was good.
Did we make that part
I
up? or
think we
they-
did.
Okay.
I know he was damaged.
Yeah, injured the horse for sure.
Yeah,
We can land there. I
and
know.
don't forget it was the census cowboy.
I got a question for y'all.
Oh no.
I'm trying to take us away from beavers and nipples.
Do you remember that?
That's okay with y'all.
Well, I mean, this is a story today.
I knew I'd
Sure.
heard of
So
something.
we have an off-duty
But
police
there's
officer
hundreds
that
of
got
stories.
beat.
That's the one you grabbed.
Well, it's a big one. It's out there, huh? It's right here at the top.
Read the headline again.
Huh? No. Hey, by the way, they tried. They almost
I
got
wish
me.
Tito would.
They almost got me.
Man,
Tell us about that cop again.
Chicago
That
man.
police officer.
Let's just
the
say
off-duty one.
Yeah,
Let's just say
what happened
this:
to him?
the Fox News story.
Let's
They-
not say it at all.
Was he on duty or off duty?
Let me just say,
And evidently beat up somebody.
but they don't say the up part.
No. All right, let's move
but
on.
anyway, all right. Fox News, you're wrong, and I know what you were doing with your headline.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
All right, Greg's going to hate what I'm about to bring up,
Great.
okay? But I feel like you will draft with me a little bit on this and may gain some interest.
Okay.
Field of Dreams game
Yeah.
is happening tomorrow.
Right.
What's
I think
that?
tomorrow.
Yes.
The White Sox and the Yankees are playing at the Field of Dreams where the movie was done. Look at
Not a
look at
real
the face.
game.
Yes,
It's
real
going to
game.
count.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to
Yeah,
be. It's,
So if I hit it in the corn,
that's what I'm talking about.
so I'm gonna hit in the corn for a home run, and
You ought to see what they've done to the place,
that
Greg.
can't be regulation size.
Oh, it is.
It is. You ought, that's what I'm saying. is
No.
You're envisioning the movie.
I know.
You ought to see what they've built around it and everything. It's pretty impressive.
So tomorrow
It is.
night on Fox, it will be televised. And I think
Why
Joe
you
Buck
giving
and the
me that
guys are going to be
beer
on the
That's
call.
okay.
Quit
but
giving me
that's-
a beer face.
I'm just picturing that old Ray Loida walking out of the corn, whatever that actor's name is, playing Shoeless
Leota.
Joe Jackson.
Uh-huh.
That movie's just too weird for me. I mean, I'll watch it. I will, but it's just
Greg, it's a-
bizarre. I
this-
can't figure it out. Moonlight Graham, good night.
It's a regular
Also,
season
this
game.
is Dad.
Yeah.
That's counting. They're going to be out in the cornfield. We're going to count it.
Yes.
Do they? I mean,
Yes, it's not a
are
cornfield.
the dugouts and stuff nicer now? Or are they going to be sitting there like in Little League with the fence around the back?
There's a new like 8,000 seat stadium there.
Well, then it doesn't look like that's not the real one. Then it doesn't look like it. That's not the Field of Dreams field.
Well,
It didn't have all
It is.
that.
it's going to give you that feel, though.
No,
Yeah.
that's not it. I want them playing on the exact looking field that they made the movie. Where's a picture of it?
No, you can Google it.
Daggum.
I just wanted to. Tomorrow night, if I'm sitting around, I'm going to flip it over there, and it'll
well,
intrigue
yeah, I
me a
will
little
too.
bit.
I want to see it, but
Will you?
I don't get it.
It was supposed to happen last year, and then the pandemic hit, of course, put everything on
Field of Dreams game.
hold. But
It is hard to believe. It's what, 32 years old now. Field of Dreams.
Yeah.
That's I mean, time just flies by.
Yeah.
Good
Gary,
night.
here's,
Wow.
what here's what it looks like.
It they've done a lot to the little farm there. So it's
Yeah, it is right here. I know. That's way too nice.
What do you mean?
That's just a baseball field and there's corn on the outside of it.
well,
all that is.
they've basically
But
built
that's
the
not
stadium
the movie.
around the.
That's not like the movie.
Well, this is where it was, though.
Yeah, whatever.
so 1989 was when the movie came
Really?
out.
How about that, Kevin Costner?
That's wow. It just doesn't seem like it's been that long ago, but it has. But
We're all old.
Oh, they're gonna wear them uniforms.
Here we go.
Yeah. I know you don't like stuff like this,
Baggy,
buddy.
they
But
can wear them baggy uniforms.
hey, let me ask you a question. Could you land here? All right.
No, I don't mind it. I mean,
with everything that's going on today,
think
can we
they
at least-
messed
can we-
up the movie field because it doesn't look like it anymore.
Right, but I mean, with everything going on, can we have a game in
I
this
guess
setting
so.
and be all
Might as
right?
well.
Say,
Yeah,
huh?
white sauce. And
Say.
Yep. There we go.
You know, when my parents went out west a couple months ago, they had the Dad made a route like they had to go here and
Yeah.
hang out.
Right.
Dad like threw BP to some kids. I'm serious. That actually happened.
Great. That is good stuff. And that's tonight.
It's Thursday night.
Thursday night, sorry.
Yeah.
Thursday night.
Yeah.
So check it out. And it's on Fox, you said.
Correct.
All right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. 9 minutes until top of the hour. Just a stack of stories here today. Some we're trying to stay away from and just let let the main show cover those. And they'll join us here right after top of the hour. The number 866 We Be Big. As we come on back, am I seeing a little tropical system out there?
You are.
That's headed towards the Gulf.
yeah.
Huh?
Somebody call Span.
It's that time of year.
I noticed that Greg will pay attention to things like this. Being a former power company guy,
yeah.
he would just be sent out
Hurricanes, you had
to
to
these
pay
different
attention.
locations, and I think that brings back a lot of memories for you.
Sure.
But
Florida is in the path, and I don't know what
They expect
what
it to
area.
be,
Yeah,
what
at
about
this
the
point.
strength that they expect it when it gets here?
I don't know. These models, and Span even sent something out. Look, it could go 200 miles in any direction here. So this is what we're thinking, these computer models. He had sent something out that showed the path where it might clip the western side of Florida and then kind of get into the Gulf and head towards the Florida Panhandle, but who knows? But it looks like, and there's the map there that they're showing, it looks like possibly by Monday of next week, maybe, it's could be right at the coast. But it didn't look like the mile per hour would only be around in the 60s. So who knows? I ain't got a clue.
So you brought up the Panhandle, the Gulf Coast. So last night I was watching. We're big Shark Tank fans at the house. We always watch that. We watch that, and we like The Prophet.
Right.
Those shows. And so
I
Shark
like
Tank
Shark Tank.
watched a couple episodes last night, and they had a new episode last night.
Okay.
And
For these reasons, I'm out.
There. Thank you, Mr. Wonderful. There was a milkshake restaurant
Okay.
in Gulf Shores, The Yard, that was on there last night. It's called The Yard. Now it's a high-priced milkshake, but guys, they look so delicious. And so they ended up doing a deal with Cuban, and so I was sitting here thinking, I wonder if they're listening to the show this morning. I mean, they're probably down there making them luxurious milkshakes and getting their business going this morning, listening to the show.
So that's a good looking shake.
Golly, Greg, it was vulgar how good it looked. I mean, it was crazy. And so they evidently have been in Alabama most of their life, Gulf Shores, and they were had opened up some ice cream shops and some things, and so they took it to this next level, and it's
good stuff.
It's very, think about the crumble cookie mindset,
Okay.
but with milkshakes. So we're now taking milkshakes to a level that I didn't think could exist,
Right.
and that people would actually pay for it, but they do.
Well done.
And hey, they're killing it.
Do y'all hate on Shark Tank when the people come out and they tried to be too goofy with a little song or
Yes.
something, and and you feel
Yeah.
Speedy secondhand
Yes,
embarrassed?
Right.
yes, that happened last
So
night.
join me, and then you got a little.
Do you think everybody on the panel would just say, "Hey, just tell me what you tell me the concept"?
You ain't gotta be creative.
I know what they're trying to do, though. They're trying to, have a presentation
Yeah.
where can you visualize how we'd promote it and all this kind of stuff. But
These
Sometimes
folks-
it gets rough.
it does big time. That's
These-
why a lot of times I can't. I have a tough time seeing all the ones that
I
get
know.
turned down, and they're so.
Oh yeah, I love that.
And they're so excited, and they're so
For those reasons,
they're
I'm
just
out.
so enthusiastic about their product, and they've put so much into it, and then when nobody really says, "Yeah, I'll do it," and then they dog them, and then say, "Why are you doing it this way?" And I just can't watch.
They got
it.
to make
They
fun
turn
of
around
it.
and walk off.
Greg, thought of you. There was a guy last night that had a peanut butter pump,
Peanut butter pump.
and that's what he invented.
peanut butter
Okay,
pump.
and they got to making fun of him.
Oh,
And it's essentially the deal because peanut butter can be messy and all this. And
I've never
and,
really struggled that hard with peanut butter.
I hadn't either.
Nah,
Greg.
forget it,
I
done.
normally, at serious business, every 48 hours I'm eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich,
Yeah, it's
and
get you
I've
a
never
knife.
had any issues with it.
Wow.
But he
How often do you say you eat one?
about every 48 hours. I was gonna say once a day, but that's too
I
much.
can't think of the last time I had a peanut butter sandwich.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I peanut butter and jelly toasted.
Yeah.
And then you
Oh,
told
Ter-
me
Terry
you
will
told me
tear one
Terry
up.
does this peanut butter and honey, and I've started doing that now
that's
too.
Yeah, she'll tear that up in a second.
So thank you for that bringing
Yeah,
that because
yeah, no
that's a
problem.
little addition.
I'm
But
over
that's
here.
usually what I eat for lunch
Over
is
here
a
if you
peanut
need
butter.
me.
But last night I had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for dinner because I didn't have one for
PBJ.
lunch. Man was like,
PBJ.
I don't want to do a big meal for everybody. I'm like, hey, I can have peanut butter and jelly, but I always toast it. Anyway, peanut butter pump. They made fun of him, and
Would you stick it down in the jar?
it's just like a condiment pump where you sit there, but it's
what's the
getting
name of it?
every single area of the peanut butter out of
Oh,
there,
so
and
you're more
it
efficient.
it layers it on there really nice and all that. But I just unnecessary. I don't think there's a market for it. The price was real high on the peanut butter pump.
Nobody jumped in.
But back to the yard, the milkshakes. I just want to say they represented Alabama very well. Was very impressed with the family.
He's trying to get a free milkshake.
I am. Next time I go down to Gulf Shores, I want to go to the yard.
All right, if y'all could come up with a concept that y'all would push, you could own your own restaurant, whatever. What would be y'all's angle? I mean, what would you like if you said, money's not an option, we're going to get it started? Now you're going to have some backers. Let's say we've even come in with you. What would it be?
I don't know. It's got to be in the food industry.
Well, I guess, or just
Or
some,
something like a milkshake.
yeah, or it could be something like a milkshake. Like the I've noticed that anything sweet kind, the crumble cookies, the milkshakes, of course
like stuff like
donuts,
that.
stuff like that. They do pretty well, but it's a tough industry out there.
Well, and I got to thinking about the strategic, the way they've put like that yard would go perfect in this town or Mountain Brook.
Yeah.
That's right up that y'all
Yeah.
because they're franchising and doing things now
Yeah.
with that. That's what Mark was jumping in on last night, Cuban.
Yeah.
And I thought, man, Mountain Brook, the English Village, that kind of thing over here, that's perfect for them.
Can I tell you? I kind of think they're really cool, and I wish I had one, but I know I can't pull it off. Are food trucks?
Yeah.
And
I'd
I,
love to see you in a food truck.
I mean, who doesn't love a food truck? Huh?
Picture Speedy's food truck.
And there was one that hit our
Funnel
neighborhood. That they'll these food. There's a lot of people that have food trucks. They don't have a restaurant. They have food trucks, and they sent out on their website, "This is where we're going to be." And they got like a schedule, and they're hopping all over the place. Well, one came to our subdivision and parked at the pool.
There's a lot of
The
food
community
trucks.
pool. And let me tell you something: the line to this food truck, and you're going to think it caused a traffic jam. I mean, the line came out of the parking area into the grass, and cars were all up and down the road, and it was a seafood truck.
Yeah.
And hey, let me tell you something. I had me a shrimp taco.
like that?
Good night, they're good. But I was like, man, this would be awesome to have a food truck.
I'd like to
know?
see you in a food truck.
I'd love a food truck.
Speedy's Burgers. Yep.
I kind of like that,
You can make
Greg.
some burgers.
Huh? I like that.
Yeah.
I think if I was going to do anything, I know it would be simple. I wouldn't complicate things. I'm gonna have one really good product, and that's it. I mean,
Right.
if I'm gonna
I
do
get it. I
hamburgers,
get
I'm
it.
gonna do hamburgers. I'm not gonna do a bunch of chicken and here's roast
Helmsley's
beef
corn
and this.
dogs.
Well, that's
Okay.
that's another thing. I mean, just
Rude Tourette's tortillas.
I'd probably just do tamales. Only tamales.
Tamales. Okay, only tamales. Rude Tourette tamales.
Yep.
I'd keep it really simple, whatever I did.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. A brand new hour starts with the national anthem. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Wheel of Meat still has not spun this week, so it's still in play. Could happen today on the program. Your phone calls will happen today for sure at 866 We Be Big. We look forward to chatting with you today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang is all here. They provided you a kickoff hour along all the Rick and Bubba platforms. Rick, what are all those platforms? Find each and every one of them by going to rickandbubba.com. It's all there. All the different ways you can listen to Rick and Bubba live, watch it live, watch or listen on your own time, whatever you prefer to do. Those options are available to you. All right, so let's get everybody on the field here. There's the silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the party. Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. You were the girl for me. Just like Adam and Eve. Next lyric coming up. So anyway.
That was a good one.
Yeah, sure.
That was a good one.
There you go. All right, so we have a lot to do today. We'll unpack it all. Really, I know I was y'all were equally as moved as I was at the heartfelt humility of Governor Cuomo yesterday. The repentant heart, the hey, it's on me, taking full responsibility.
Yeah.
Here's some Babylon Bee articles I think you'll like. After resigning for sexual harassment, Cuomo immediately hired by CNN. So there's a dandy.
Cuomo resigns to spend more time sexually harassing family.
All right.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Also, just one has nothing to do with this, but I laughed my head off at it. Nation agrees to get vaccinated in exchange for TikTok influencers being launched to the sun. And students across America excited to finally return to in-person indoctrination.
That's so good.
That is good.
Man, that's good stuff. At OB, don't y'all love it?
Yeah.
One last one. Public school starts today with Pledge of Allegiance to Dr. Fauci.
That's a good one.
All those are dandies. Those are just highlights today.
That's good
That way to
stuff.
go, B.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. I don't care who you
The
are.
CNN one was a little close to home. You almost think, well, that is going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
He and his brother can do a show.
right. I did see a friend of mine tweet out yesterday that it was interesting that Fauci told the whole wide world when he, of course, was saving New York from COVID that God had nothing to do with it. Do y'all remember that?
Oh, yeah.
16 months later, ain't not there anymore. But anyway, so Cuomo did resign, but he let us know that it was everybody else's fault, not his.
Yes.
He really didn't do anything, but once again, he's gonna save the world.
He's going to fix it by himself.
Because of all the corruption involved in this investigation, he's going to clear it up by just stepping down.
Right.
Like a true narcissist.
Yeah, he's got a new book coming out, Why I Humbly Resign for the Benefit of Everyone and Save the World.
Yeah.
So,
Isn't that crazy?
you know what, Cuomo, I don't care what you say. I'm just glad you go.
Yeah.
So step on down. Got caught in your own trap.
There you
And,
go. How about that?
and just step on down and ease on out.
I saw where Alec Baldwin was blaming
yeah.
the cancel culture for him stepping down. Mm-hmm. And I thought, you mean the cancel culture that y'all cultivated, planted, watered, and have de-weeded several
I love the
times?
comments on that
Yeah.
post though, because everybody's like, "Hey, nice speech, Alec. You had it ready. Probably not the right time to use it though."
Alec, I would
You
say,
know?
I would say this: you can't even say and do the things you did on 30 Rock anymore. You created this environment.
Well, you know his
You
wife.
couldn't even run that show now.
You remember his wife caught flack because what is it? Cultural what's the word?
Misappropriation.
Misappropriation. Because she claimed she was from Spain. She really wasn't. She lived in Spain, I think, and she's got roots there, but she really wasn't.
Right.
And they went.
Well, that
crazy
explains
on
that explains her tweet today. She said she's really never been to Spain, but she kind of likes the music.
She does.
Right.
But I kind of liked
But the culture got him there, so he's kind of, he was looking to make his speech that he was wanting to give, and he used this as a reason.
Well, look,
Yeah.
and that's the human state. We create an environment, and then we complain about the environment that we placed ourselves in. So, I mean, but anyway, so there.
Alec Baldwin is funny, and so the roles he plays, but he
yeah.
always plays
yeah.
that creepy guy that's
and
taking care of himself.
And you know what? You know why he plays that so well?
Well, I think it's kind of his real life.
And if y'all seen this deal, he's what in his 60s. They showed a picture. He's got kids. They're like 6 kids, and they're all like under 10.
Well,
I mean, he's got a house
Greg.
full.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So I didn't realize he had so many. Because I was about to say, well, Mick Jagger can see that. And, and
Yeah, I mean, he like just these are all just he's got the one older
bunch
one
of-
that
Well,
he
you-
had when he was married to what's her name, but then these with his current wife, they've had 6.
Yeah. Now he doesn't scream at these like he does the other one. Does he?
Oh, I don't know. You remember when he had that? When they had that? They're not old enough yet, but they probably
You remember the
leave
movie?
them a message.
I think it was called "It's Complicated."
Right. Yeah.
And when he got his younger wife and they were having kids and trying to have it was a nightmare for him. You remember?
He's a funny guy in movies.
He's
and
funny.
stuff. He's
He is
funny on
funny.
Saturday Night Live.
Oh, it's
not when he's doing Trump. His Trump got on my nerves.
Well, yeah, because he had a good
He
thing
overdid
going.
it with,
and he
with
kept
his
doing it.
mouth.
But I look, Jack Donaghy and 30 Rock. Good gracious. What you talk about funny? And it's making fun of conservatives, but it's funny.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's funny.
I appreciate a little humor.
Oh, I do too. And you know what? Some of the best humor is when you make fun of things that I know that are stereotypically true, even though it's my camp.
Right.
We all got stereotypes that are hilarious. 15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up. We'll unpack another day's worth. We'll chat with you at 866 We Be Big. And as I mentioned, be paying attention for the Wheel of Meat. It still has not spun. Could happen today. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big's the number. Thank you for being with us today as we roll through another day together. All right, so we'll also continue today, and as we're trying as best we can to offer as much information about the pandemic as we can. And then maybe you can take all these people with all this various expertise, and then you can lump it into a bowl. Is what I'm doing, and then I'm spooning it out, and I'm going over on a piece of paper, going, all right, based on all these people, I think in general, I agree that this is in general the truth of the matter. Right. And you hear from different points of views. Now, I do think that we have to kind of, like we tried to say, you got to get to the point where if you can't be in that camp that says I'm over here and everything lines up this way, and then anything that opposes any of my principles is automatically shot on arrival. I mean, it just I won't listen.
I think you're silly to do that. You're reckless, and you need to make your own choices. But I keep going back to this movie that Helms had brought in, Social Dilemma.
Yeah, man.
And if you spend time online, you're being fed stories based on an algorithm of what now the computer thinks will keep you tuning in to their webpage.
Please, you got to understand that's what's going on.
So they're going to feed you what they consider the milk that you want to drink. Right or wrong. No proof. And I heard one Defense Department person who was being interviewed the other day and said, our greatest threat is not from Russian nuclear missiles. It's from the hacking that they're doing and the planning of stories they're doing on social media, which gets fed into our society and gobbled up. And what they will do, they will feed both sides. See, they want H&D, hate and discontent, exactly what we got in the country now. And if they push both sides further apart, they keep everything stirred up, and they get us politically unstable so that we can't be united and we can't keep our ideals out in the world and try to help freedom, and they get to do what they want to do.
Right.
So I think you have to be wise as to what's going on and not have tunnel vision on some of this stuff, and we have to guard ourselves, and I would encourage everybody else to be mindful of that too.
Right, and if something comes along and somebody like we're going to play another video audio today. There's another doctor who has respectfully took on the guy yesterday that addressed the Mount Vernon School Board.
Yeah, Dr. Stock. Wasn't it?
And here's what's kind of cool. I like this guy's approach. He's not trying to go to war with his doctor. He says, here are the things he says that are scientifically true that I agree with. So don't think the guy's going to say, well, everything that guy said yesterday is hogwash.
Right.
Be careful of anybody doing that. Now that's back to the tribe thing again. This is a guy saying, all right, let's walk through this. There's some things that he says that I disagree on. And some of them...
And this is just his opinion of the scientific facts, just like Dr. Stock had his.
Well, you know what it is. These doctors are dealing with a novel, never-before-seen virus in a conference that they have seen before. And we talked about that early on when we had Scarf on, whatever her name was. I can't remember now. Dr. Burke?
Dr. Burke,
yeah.
Yes.
And she agreed. She said, yes, the coronavirus conference we've seen, this particular team is new. And so since that team is new, they're all, as scientists and as, and doctors, they're working out what this one is doing, and they're trying different things, and they're coming to some hypothesis on what they think is going to happen or won't happen, and et cetera, et cetera. So probably what we need to do is to listen to all of it, then discern some of it ourselves. And of course, now I will say this: there probably isn't any, but this is the only. It's good and bad. It's good that I think our own results and our own experiences are some indicator of the truth. But you got to be careful.
Yeah, you're a limited sample.
Well, here's the other thing. Yeah, then you get to the anecdotal stuff.
Right.
But sitting here right now is Rick and Bubba, and Rick and Bubba, though we have things that are in common, we are uniquely different. Just as Speedy and Helmsy, and even though we're a team, and we hang out together, and we're all human beings. But boy, human beings are so unique to individual to individual. Yeah. What works for one sometimes doesn't work for another. And I know we want to say, well, we got to know why. And sometimes you might see why, and sometimes you don't know.
Yeah.
You're just like, we gave this treatment to this person, and they did great. We gave it to this person, they did bad. This person seems to be able to go in the room with people and be fine. This guy, walked past something, and he don't even know where he got it.
It's all over the road.
It's just weird. And I think that speaks to our uniqueness, not so much to the virus. Because that's probably what takes place in everything we face. It just doesn't get at the headlines that this has. Think about how many. I know people that have struggled with the flu just about every flu season.
Yeah. And
I know some people that have never had the flu day of their life.
I had it once.
I
had it once.
And
it was bad. I didn't like it.
Yeah.
I would say I was as sick as I've ever been in my life when I had it.
Yeah, the only time I remember
probably 20 years ago.
Well, and here I go again. I probably shouldn't say this because you're not allowed these things anymore. But the only time that I was sick related to the flu was the flu shot.
Yeah, I think that's the year I got it too. But I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to go into
that. But there's other things that I deal with, health wise that other people don't. So I mean, it's just I don't know. I don't know that we ever truly understand the complexities of the uniqueness of human beings.
Just look at us.
But we can make general assessments.
You've been more prone to staph infection. I'm much more prone to allergies. Oh. We all got our own little ball. We're having to kick around.
Yes,
so.
Absolutely. And there's plenty of people that have, coached Little League football and dealt with sweaty equipment, didn't have any trouble, and I did. So you just never. And then once you get it, now you really become susceptible to it.
Yep.
And then you probably don't want to do water slides and shoot yourself into a creek-fed pool from a mountain stream. But especially if it's laid your elbows open on the way down. But anyways, but you're right. I mean, there's certain things. I remember when I was a kid, I couldn't get anywhere near poison oak, poison ivy. Other kids could.
Yeah.
See, it's never bothered me.
And then you kind of grew out of it.
And
I grew out of it.
Yeah, I've got into it a couple of times. I've been very lucky on that, but like I'm dealing with arthritis and joint pain that most of y'all have not dealt with yet. So, you just don't know. Everybody's a little bit different.
Sure.
So you have to be careful. The only really way, if you get down to the pure scientific method on it, it's the double-blind study. It's the only way you can really draw any conclusions. Most of us use anecdotal evidence, which is what we call the average. Of things, and just being able to look at how something happened or progressed and make decisions based on it.
Well, but
sometimes that can fool you.
And I do know this with the scientific method, even though I had a kid tell me that didn't exist. But anyway, boys, we're doing good on education now, aren't we? But anyway, and this doctor makes the point with the doctor yesterday, and he's only seen 15 patients that he's treated with COVID. And he said, the only issue I have with what he said about the stuff he gave them, were there any patients he didn't give anything to?
Yeah,
because if you don't do placebo, then you really don't have a true test. It could be he had 15 people that were going to do okay anyway. And there's no way to know, but he's saying, the real test would have been, did he have any patients that he didn't treat to see how they did versus the ones he treated? Now, you don't like doing that because you're playing games with human beings.
Yeah, they would have to be in a test. They would have to be willing to do that.
Right, yeah.
And I talked to a gentleman yesterday who is participating in a double-blind study right now for the Pfizer booster, or what would be shot number 3. So they're already testing that, too.
Yeah. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866, we be big as a number. Wednesday Bible study back today. Look for that at live noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. It'll be archived to the YouTube channel and our podcast channel soon after that. All right, HelloFresh.com. Man, don't you love this? I mean, Helmsy, you and Adler, and we've used it some, but you guys are really showing us how to do it. I mean,
we jumped on out there.
Man, this system is so cool, and you know it works. Just if you're just trying to get meals on the table and have great meals and save money on your grocery bills and cut out the hassle of what we're going to eat tonight. But I got to tell you, if you're trying to do better, man, they can, because that's the hardest part of doing better is, all right, I'm trying to prepare my meals and they want me to weigh stuff and, I'm trying to stay inside this calorie count, but I want something really good and I've run out of being creative about something. I'm burned out on eating grilled chicken every night. And so anyway, if you'll just let them know, what you're trying to do, their Calorie Smart recipes will come right to your door. All you do is prepare them. They've got all the ingredients in there, and they've got everything you need to follow it. Now, if that's not a concern to you and you just want great food, well, they got that too. Grilling bundles. They got surf and turf packs. I mean, they got everything. And we're going to get you up to 14 free meals plus free shipping at HelloFresh.com if you use our promo code BUBBA. So that's up to 14 meals for free plus free shipping with the promo code BUBBA by going to HelloFresh.com. There's also a link at RickandBubba.com right there under the sponsors button. All right, so we have the Cuomo thing. Cuomo resigned yesterday. Where did he go? The president wants wants to weigh in on Andrew Cuomo.
Basement Joe.
So President's Basement Joe Biden is now going to, he's going to speak. And now you're going to find this interesting because you need to remember that the left, everybody, including Joe Biden, wanted to kiss Andrew Cuomo. He was being presented by the left as the greatest leader of all time. He had guided New York through this horrible pandemic. Of course, for some reason, we declared that he'd done that and the pandemic wasn't over.
Right.
Then we found out the horrible things about the nursing home scandal and all of that. So, if I'm not mistaken, we've kind of shifted from Andrew Cuomo did a good job to maybe not so good.
Well, not according to the president.
Not according to the president. No. Here he is speaking about Andrew Cuomo. Here we go.
If I may, ironically, one of the Democrats through the years that you spoke with about infrastructure the most was Andrew Cuomo, who is resigning, who announced he's resigning today. You had traveled New York with him when you were vice president to the launch of the reconstruction of LaGuardia. He was someone who supported your.
Don't take your eyes off his face.
No, you called on him to resign.
No,
you condemned the alleged behavior. But you're someone who spends a lot of time with mayors and governors. How would you assess his 10.5 years as governor of the state?
10.5.
In terms of his personal behavior or what he's done as a governor?
What he's done as a governor.
I thought he's done a hell of a job. And, I mean, both on everything from access to voting to infrastructure, the whole range of things. That's why it's so sad.
Okay, buddy. What's he gonna say?
Right. I mean,
well, listen, you can't just out and out speak against the Cuomo family because they're Democratic royalty, and you just can't do that because anybody in New York owes so much to them and his dad and his this and that. And Cuomo's been in for a decade. He's got cronies galore in New York. So if you're going to get anything done in New York, you still have to praise Cuomo. Now Biden, in a great PR move here, separates his personal life from his professional, even though a lot of his professional life was when these personal shortcomings came out.
Right.
So, but that's how you have to do it. You won't see them doing any of their political opponents that way. Trust me.
So next he gets, because he snaps a lot now. He gets angry if you keep pressing him on something. So
you get apples out of Grandpa's yard to get mad.
So he's saying he's not going to comment on Cuomo anymore. Then he forgets the question that he's been asked. So here it is.
Sir, why have you not named an FDA commissioner?
Keep walking.
FDA, you haven't named an FDA commissioner. Why have you not named an FDA commissioner, sir?
Say again?
You haven't named an FDA commissioner yet. I was wondering why you haven't found or named a permanent FDA commissioner yet.
We're working on that very hard to make sure we get it passed. Yes.
Would you like to see? But can I quickly follow up on your comment on Governor Cuomo? Can you really say that he has done a quote hell of a job if he's accused of sexually harassing women?
Look, you asked two different questions. I asked the substantive, should he remain as governor, is one question. And women should be believed when they make accusations that are able to, on the face of them, make sense and investigate it. They're investigated, and the judgment was made that what they said was correct. That's one thing. The question is, did he do a good job on infrastructure? That was the question. He did.
What did he do as a governor?
No, the question was, correct me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
You're wrong.
You're wrong.
How was he as a governor general?
Well,
you broke it hard.
Obviously,
Outside of his personal behavior.
outside of his personal behavior. Okay.
But can you separate the two?
No, I'm not. I was asked a specific question.
Oh, my God.
I'm trying to
You
answer
did separate the
specifically.
two.
What do you want to ask me specifically?
Well, I'd like to ask you about infrastructure.
Look, I don't really blame him for that. I know what he was wanting to do. He wanted to compliment Cuomo, but not be supportive of someone who abused women. That's all he could do.
Right.
And he got the question he was expecting. He divided it up, and then the lady reporter there didn't want to hear that. She didn't want it divided up.
Did you see Vice President Kamala Harris squirming and right behind him because she was nervous? How he
should have just
struggling?
walked away when he was done. I don't know why.
He forgot he had told him, Rick, that he was done.
He said, "Who?"
You have an update with him too.
That's what's gonna. I mean, that's what's gonna happen. trust me, that's not where to hang your hat if you're unhappy with Biden. You need to be unhappy with the $4.5 trillion we spent in 1 week.
Yeah,
that's where you need to be upset.
Good. Have you seen that today?
Wow, it's unbelievable. Yeah, and some of these folks that have accused Governor Cuomo of abuse are now filing lawsuits against him. So all that's going to have to be litigated in the courts too. So, and several prosecutors are looking at filing criminal charges. So all that'll have to play out. Cuomo he'll be all in to pull in all the favors that he's done and his dad to be sure this goes away.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, what else do y'all expect? Well, y'all don't expect anybody to really be handcuffed and walked out, do you?
Well, right.
This is Democrats.
No,
that ain't gonna happen.
No, as a matter of fact, what you're going to see is you're going to see that unlike if it was the opposing party with this kind of with these types of accusations, you're going to see this deal. Hey, he's resigned and he's gone. Let's move on.
Oh yeah.
And now
we saw we saw that handled so well after the former president left.
Right.
Still prosecuting.
Right. So anyway, but we know that. I mean, that's just
don't look if you have other expectations, you need to change them because you're going to be disappointed.
Well, if you want to go with something that's real, Cuomo got caught in the very trap the left has set, and every now and then when they set these kind of traps, they catch one of their own.
I'm really shocked that he resigned this quick. The New York Assembly, it's going to be several weeks before they could even get together. And he had plenty of time to let this die down and, have some photo ops with educators and, pet some children on the head and all that kind of stuff. I'm really shocked that he bailed this quick. I don't think he's used to having this much resistance against him, and he was uncomfortable with it.
Yeah. Well, in all fairness, it's not as intense. It wasn't as intense when Bill Clinton got caught in all this as it is now. Cuomo got caught in all this after the Me Too movement, and the left took that and elevated that to such a place that I don't know that he had anywhere to go because of that environment. Because he tried a little run, and I'm not going to go, and it just kept stacking up on him.
I would say this though: I think he's a calculating politician. He has a plan. Now, whether he can make it happen, look for him to come back in some role doing something. He's not going to just go away. They don't do that on the left.
Oh no!
You just don't see it.
He'll be back. I mean, there's still going to be a mural painted of him somewhere.
Oh yeah, sure.
So we'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. So Cuomo has resigned. The president said he thought as a governor he did a heck of a job. Probably some of you that lost loved ones in the nursing home probably disagree with that. But anyway, he said but his behavior was repulsive. Even though the way I've acted isn't. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 10 minutes now to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, we're back, finishing the Biden update, moving now to another update. A lot of you emailing and letting us know we are aware that Tara Reid, who is the Biden sexual assault accuser, said that she heard the president say that women should be listened to and believed, and she wonders, does that mean her? Since she's accusing the president, she says, I guess he needs to resign, just like Cuomo, since he said Cuomo did the right thing.
Look, these kind of things are disgusting. They shouldn't happen, but you can't, the witness is not correct immediately and the accused guilty. That goes against our Constitution. That's not due process. It doesn't matter what kind of crime it is.
Right.
I'm not justifying that.
But if you're
what they're doing,
if you're
you can't just redo our whole justice system based off of now we think this is a really serious thing.
Yeah. So
if they are, let's report it, investigate it, prosecute them, let them have their day in court, and punish them if they're guilty.
Right. That's the problem with the left. They've created this environment, and that's why they come across as inconsistent. They're the ones who said that. We don't necessarily agree with that.
Yeah, I know.
We agree in innocent to proven guilty, since that's the way we set up the country. But they said that wasn't the case when it comes to women making accusations, unless of course, I guess it's if you're the one being accused, then you went back to due process again, which is awful convenient.
Yeah, but a lot of this was set in motion during the Clinton years.
Right. Yeah. All right, well, Bubba, my goodness, we thought we would never hear the old word Taliban. It just won't go away, will it?
No, Rick,
Taliban.
We have a lot of military folks that listen to the show, and we certainly appreciate their service. I am confused about something, though, and even Donald Trump wanted to see, an end to the Afghan occupation and the number of U.S. forces that were stationed there. But this is what I don't understand. I've heard people say, oh, it's the longest war, but all this. And I know Afghanistan's not a vacation spot. I got that. It's just, it looks like a lot of rocks. From all the video you see. But we still have bases in Japan. We still have bases in Germany. We still have bases in South Korea. We have a base in Cuba from past military operations that are still in existence today. I don't know why that this one was so different in that. Why didn't we keep a military presence there just for stability for long term? That's why we had the bases in Germany and Japan, and like I say, we still have active soldiers there today, and that was ended in 1945. So why was the big push to get out of Afghanistan? I know we don't want any more soldiers to lose their life or be injured, but to have a presence there certainly adds some stability, because if you get too much of this Taliban activity, you launch some airstrikes and calm them down a little bit. So, and give society a chance to grow, but that is not always the case. The Taliban has taken back over Afghanistan at an alarming rate. Even, I think some of the most conservative people had no idea that they could move this fast. As a matter of fact, in the last 6 days, they have overrun 9 provincial capitals across the country. So, from some of our military folks, I'll educate me why we couldn't just leave some presence there long term.
Well, it seems like, based on what you just said, and every bit of that is accurate, it seems like we almost get down to this choice when it comes to Afghanistan. Either good luck to all of you, and we're sorry about the Taliban, we're sorry the way they do things. It's not any of our business. It's a long way away. We don't like losing lives being over here. We don't consider that, because there are other places in the country where horrible things go on, that we don't send military there and we don't stay there. So undoubtedly we thought there was a military reason to be there, and I would assume that had to do with terrorist cells and terrorist attacks and things of that nature.
To keep it from being a training facility to export terrorism.
I totally acknowledge that we can't go all over the world and stop all bad people for doing all bad things to innocent people.
Right.
But so what we do, now I could be corrected, and military people can correct me. I was kind of under the impression that we did this kind of stuff if there was an interest in the people of America that these places were stabilized.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the key, stabilizing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And sometimes, we say we want to bring freedom to people, but honestly, that never has really gone real well. So we you kind of go back to do we need this place to be stabilized for the good of the world and the good of ourselves? So it seemed like we said on Afghanistan that was a yes. Well, to Bubba's point, then if that's the case, just walking around since chewing gum, when you leave your presence and pull all of it out, then these people just come back and go kill everybody that helped you, everybody that worked with you, and then they just take over again. Because now you're not there, and you have no presence to stop them from doing whatever they want to do. Because apparently these people can't stop them themselves, or you never would have had to go over there.
Yeah.
So either you have to stay, to Bubba's point, like we've done all over the world, and keep a presence to keep it stabilized. And if you volunteer to go in our military, your assignment may be Germany, Japan, Afghanistan, Iraq, South Korea. You may
Guantanamo.
You may be put in these places because we say we must keep them stable.
Rick, I could even play this out even further back if you just wanted to look at how absurd you could make it and say, well, the United States still has military bases in the South.
You could, yeah, but that's funny. But I guess my point is, don't you have to kind of decide, do you want to keep the place stable or not? Because going over there and stabilizing it, then leaving accomplishes nothing.
Well, you
other than the lives that were saved while you were there.
Yeah, you spent 20 years. You've had people killed. You've had people injured. You've had their life dramatically changed. You spent a boatload of money, and now you're just leaving.
Yeah, we're 95% pulled out completely, and we tried to help a little bit on this Taliban push. They took 3 more provinces here recently, and we tried to bomb them a little bit because the Afghan security forces are trying to get in line to protect their major cities, and the Pentagon's pretty much said, according to this story, you're on your own. And they're like, but Greg's point and what you just said, we've got people like just simple translators that had to translate for the military. Now they're going after them, their family, everybody in their family tree is dead. I mean, they're going after them all.
Well,
and they're like, hey, thanks.
Taliban has grabbed 9 cities in 6 days, and the reason why they are doing that is because they know only 5% is left, and that makes it a lot easier than when they had a real force here. And when we had a force there, they didn't do these things. And now, does it mean you get in skirmishes and get people shot and stuff? You do. But it's, again, do we need Afghanistan to be stabilized or not?
Yeah.
And if we say it doesn't reach the criteria and we're sorry for the people there, maybe one day, you can get out or something. We can't go all over the world and police everybody's bad situation. I got it. But if we look at that and say, man, that's important. We need this place to be stable for the good of the world and for the good of our country, then you stay.
If I'm not mistaken, we have military bases in Italy, too.
I'm sure.
I mean, that's all over the world.
France.
So I don't know why we're leaving there. And I know it's unique in a lot of ways, but still, if we keep a big Air Force base there, that's a big dog in the front yard to keep everything in line.
Well, usually when we have these people on the run, they cannot stop, they cannot train, they cannot organize, and they cannot fund.
Can't export.
Yeah. But
some of you military folks, help us out on this. Help us to understand this.
Top of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Come on, come on, come on. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. Will meet and play again. Hasn't happened yet this week, so could still be in play. So be listening for that. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged to serve you each and every day.
I know these things are complicated. I got it. And our goal here on this program is all of you who listen and watch as we all try to work things out and understand together. Oh, my goodness, Speedy, it's done that thing again.
Oh, has it really?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't notice it till just then. So we have callers coming
Rick, that's why we want to be educated on it.
Educated.
Yep.
So this is the ongoing, and look, we all have fatigue on it. I get it. You go back to Vietnam, you go all these different skirmishes and wars we've had in the Middle East. Now, one of the things, as Bubba pointed out, that we do know that former President Donald Trump was no fan of these Middle Eastern things.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't like it. He was not for the Iraqi War, Gulf Wars. He thinks this is a waste of money and resources and lives. So it's not just a Democrat-Republican thing. It's different administrations have felt different ways about it. We pulled everything out of Afghanistan except they say about 5%, and now Taliban has taken over 9 cities in 6 days. And we're trying to understand, is this something we just shouldn't fool with anymore? Is it something that we should stay and always have a presence? Trying to help us understand, because we have stayed and have a presence in other places that we've had outbreaks and fought wars. So we go to David in Huntsville, who's former military. David, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show, and thank you for taking time to call us. And thank you for your service to our country. Go ahead.
Thank you, Rick. You guys made a lot of good points earlier about why go there in the first place. The military is going to be what the leadership wants to do. If the president says go,
understood,
we're going to go, come back, we're going to come back. But from the military point of view, as far as advising the president, I can tell you, having spent a lot of time looking at Saddam Hussein for a decade, we didn't do anything really with him. A lot of the military are going to say either we're all in, or out.
And I agree
a little
with that.
base over there doing small bombings and stuff like that isn't really going to, in the long term, do much to Taliban. So a lot of, I'm retired now for 10 years, but back in when I was in, a lot of us talked about it and said, let's either go all in and take care of them, or let's get out.
Well, let me ask you this. When you say go all in and take care of them, what does that mean?
I mean, as far as get control of the country for everybody that's not Taliban. Majority of the people are not supporting the Taliban there. So let's put a presence in. Let's go in there and focus on taking out the Taliban and really doing the things we need to do long term to set up that country.
Well, I thought that's kind of what we did.
Right. I thought that was our plan. The problem we seem to see is a lot of these countries cannot be stabilized enough to withstand the Taliban's return when we leave. And
that could be said in a lot of countries.
In a lot of countries, yeah. And
not just there.
And I do understand we can't go all over the world and say these people are being mistreated here. We must come in and stop it. It's just not possible. We can't do it, sadly. But so we have to have some sort of strategic reason to stabilize a place. Yeah. But how can you stabilize a place when you leave? I don't know how it can happen if they can't handle it.
And David, compare and contrast that to Germany, Japan, South Korea. Even Cuba to some degree.
Well, compare it, you have more of a stable society ahead of time. As far as, we don't like the term country building, but that's what we were doing in Afghanistan. We were trying to help country build. Where in those other countries, you had a good base of already to build from an economic, from a political point of view. You had something to work with. Where if in Afghanistan, you're really building from scratch. So if I make one other comment also, one thing we've done, if you look back to 20 years, we've never continuously had the military focus on Afghanistan, though. We were focusing hard on Afghanistan, and then we had the surge in Iraq because Iraq got really bad in 2006. And then we have the Arab Spring, and we get more focused on that. And then we have Syria and ISIS and so on resurge. And so really, yes, we've been in Afghanistan for 20 years, but it seems like every couple of years we make a lot of headway, but then the military gets a lot of their effort and resources diverted someplace else. And we've never sustained for more than a couple of years sustained operations in Afghanistan where we really focused a lot of effort from the military on that.
So, David, the reason we have bases in Japan and Germany was to stabilize those societies. You're saying that wouldn't work in Afghanistan, and I'll use the very unpolitical way of describing this because it's just simple and everybody understands it. Are you saying that the Afghanis as a whole are not, for lack of a better term, evolved to a point that they can take care of themselves and have what we consider to be a civilized society?
Well, instead it's evolved, it's just not as entrenched there.
Not as much structure.
It's not as much infrastructure and established and historical stuff as we have got the United States or other countries. Some of the structures you're trying to build, from democratic infrastructures to other things, is just not as much there historically. They've had some things in their own way, but not the stuff we're trying to establish that would be a bulwark against groups like the Taliban, though.
Is there any strategic advantage to having a military base in Afghanistan as far as being able to refuel airplanes or things that we need to do in that part of the world?
Not with the other countries we have there right now in the Middle East and so on. Really, Afghanistan's kind of, to a certain degree, everything else we have in the area really kind of, other stuff we do there, from aircraft carriers to other things. We have close enough bases in the Middle East to provide tankers and stuff like that to support operations there.
So was it a mistake to go in to begin with?
No, I don't think it was a mistake. I was, at the time we went into there, I was a major and looking at operations there every day. We needed to go take out the Taliban after 9/11. We needed to take out the terror, as you said, the terror infrastructure and try to get. The ways you got to do it is take out the training bases and so on, as well as establish a good society. Yes,
but
sir.
David, I feel like we're running in a circle here. Okay, I agree with that premise of what you said, but now we move the timeline 20 years ahead. We spent a lot of money. We've lost lives. We've had people injured. And we're right back where we were in a year from now. Right?
I think we lost him.
Yeah,
I think we. Yeah, I understand.
And thank you for your service.
Yeah,
and I appreciate you engaging in the conversation because we're trying to get a better handle on that.
Yeah, and we're not really talking about when we went in what we accomplished, because you and I were on the air defending that the whole time, saying breaking up the terror cells, making it impossible for them to be funded for
if
trained
you're playing
to organize.
defense, you can't be exporting people to be doing things all over the
The
world.
bigger question we're asking: if you accomplish all that and get that done, and you just leave, they just go back and do that again.
Yeah,
isn't that kind of what
you're
we're
right
saying?
back where you begin.
You're right.
Yeah, that's the point.
Right. So anyway, let's go to Bruce in Florida. Bruce, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Rick and Bubba. How are y'all?
Good.
Good. So I've worked. I'm not active duty, but I have worked with the military for over 20 years, and I work in the financing side of things, or the budgeting and planning side of things, mostly for future operations and such. And by the way, this is just my opinion. It's not the opinion of the organization I work for. If anybody knows me who's listening, but the military, as the previous caller was just saying, there's lots of variables that go into deciding where we're gonna engage around the world. And my opinion is just that in the past 20 years, our threat has changed. If you listen to the president, you listen to all the people who look at the world situation, our threat is no longer terrorism as such. It's larger powers. It's more on a grander scheme between. It's no secret, we watch what Russia and China are doing. So, and working from the money side, we just don't have, that I have for all these years, we just don't have enough money to do all of that. We can't address every threat out there with the budget that we have. So our leadership has to assess where the greater threat is and start preparing for that. That's my opinion on why we're seeing a little bit of a shift. But again, it's just, there's multifacets that go into it.
So, Bruce, I guess what you're saying, or to answer my question, you would say a military base in Japan or one in Germany is strategically more valuable to us than one in Afghanistan. Would that be fair?
Well, that's the way I perceive it. Now, I'm not active duty. I've never deployed or done any kind of operational mission. So when it comes to talking about strategy, that's really not my forte. But yeah, I agree with you, Bubba.
Well, I'm just trying to close this equation here somehow.
Yeah, no,
because it sounds like we're going to be right back where we were in another year. Taliban running everything, training terrorists, exporting terrorists.
We'll be back. We'll take more of your phone calls coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Still to come, we'll do another COVID update after bottom of the hour. We'll hear from another doctor who is going to walk through the things that yesterday's doctor said and tell us the things that he agrees and disagrees with. So we'll get you another resource today as we all try to figure this thing out as best we can. All right, so, but let's finish this, the discussion from the story that the Taliban has taken over 9 cities in 6 days after we have withdrawn from Afghanistan, all but about 5% of what we had there. And we're trying to wrap our minds around, is this a good idea? Did we do enough? Are we okay with what we've done there? We don't think they're as big a threat anymore. We just don't have the money, and we got other places we got to deal with. We're hearing from military people who deal with the finances of the military, and so let's go to Greg and
is our question a good question? Is it a fair question?
Just trying to understand it. Greg, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Hey, man.
Hey, buddy.
I have a very different point of view than the stuff you guys have heard so far. A little background on my military service. I joined straight out of high school. May 2000, I joined, went in the Air Force.
Thank you.
September 9/11, I was in the air over Chicago on the way to Saudi Arabia for my first deployment.
Wow.
So you can imagine how our day changed.
Oh, I bet.
So I went from picking bodies out of the Pentagon. We got deployed there first to help, and then we ended up being part of the deployment that went to Afghanistan and helped control the airfield that we used to basically start our ground invasion. And for the first 2 years of that conflict, I mean, we went in and we kicked A. We even had him. I was part of the operation that basically had him cornered at Tora Bora. I'm talking about Bin Laden.
Yeah.
And of course, our country and the diplomats got in the way of that.
Right.
So it's a complete slap in the face to boots on the ground. And I think the same way of Iraq. After the fight, after the brothers we lost, I can guarantee you the majority felt, welcome to the 51st state.
Right. Yeah, you're saying that we should have completely kept a presence there, took it over. I even made the suggestion, if we're going to go to war, let's take that oil. We need it, and we'll
exactly.
and we'll
and reap the benefits.
Yeah, and just put the red, white, and blue over those oil fields, and now we're in the oil business in the Middle East and at home.
Yes.
So you're saying that it should have been an all-out victory, an all-out takeover, and we continue to stabilize it and it be part of what we do.
I mean, in regards to the guys who died doing that for you, that's the attitude you have to win that conflict. And once you win that conflict, and then you watch it get handed back over, I guarantee you something in those guys dies. I mean, with that.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you for your service. Let's go to New Hampshire. Derek standing by. Derek, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, buddy. How y'all doing today?
Good, man. Hope you're okay.
I was wondering if you had heard what Psaki said when she was asked about how they had taken over 9 cities in 6 days or whatever it is. And she said that they felt the best way forward was a diplomatic approach, that the government of Afghanistan down with the Taliban at the table. And I just thought that was the craziest thing I've ever heard. The Taliban, there's no negotiation with people who want you dead.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know.
Well, the chief diplomat had told the Taliban, you better stop. I mean, he did. He said that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the best way to do is let's sit down at the table and negotiate. We still feel that's the best way forward.
Unbelievable.
Another point, they say that our biggest threat, or the greatest threat to America, is climate change and white supremacy. So we're going to start setting up bases in rural America and checkpoints.
Stand by.
We're not going anywhere else. It's not like we're pulling these out because we're going to be more stern with China or more stern with Russia. We literally just said that we should start negotiating with the Taliban. And I believe even Barack Obama said we don't negotiate with terrorists. He didn't negotiate with the Somalis who took over that ship. How can you say that we sit down at the table with murderers. And not just murderers that murdered thousands of Americans on home soil. And now 20 years later, hundreds of thousands of people are dead. And you say, well, I think we need to just talk it out.
Yeah, well, again, you can't talk it out with people who have no interest in talking it out. That's the part that the left just doesn't seem to get. I don't know how to. They don't understand the worldview.
They're under some impression that if you are nice to them, they'll be nice back.
Right.
You know that. You know that.
We've heard that, and all they see on that is weakness.
Yeah.
Because you have to change their worldview to be able to discuss something. If the worldview doesn't change, as I said before, I was making this example last night. I was like, if I was trying to sit down and negotiate between Brooks and Brody, and one of them wanted the other one not to exist, until I get that resolved,
right?
You know what I mean? Then I'm not going to have a very good. This is not going to go well. And you remember back when John Kerry was told that Iran was violating the deal he'd made with them, and what did he say? Well, they're not supposed to do that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we know that. I mean, it's just they're not supposed to do that. Let's go to Matthew in Alabama. Matthew, go ahead.
Hey, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, man, I'm going to clarify this real quick. We went to Afghanistan for Al-Qaeda, not the Taliban. The Taliban are basically they're an Afghanistan problem, not an American problem. We didn't go into Afghanistan to fight the Afghanistan government like we did in Germany and Japan. We went to fight Al-Qaeda, who was mostly from other countries. The members of Al-Qaeda was built up from members of other countries. Osama bin Laden was not a Afghani.
So you're saying the Taliban thing is of no concern of ours?
Well, so when we were in Afghanistan, did the Taliban attack us? Yeah. It's, you come send some foreign government to the U.S.
No, understood. Yeah.
I have some good old boys that are going to give them some problems. I think it's the same thing with the Taliban.
Well, if the Taliban let terrorists train there to attack us, aren't they our enemy too?
Yeah, I understand what he's saying, though. That does, you're talking about the Taliban is trying to be the government there, but I'm with you. They kind of all work together. I understand that. I understand what you're saying, though, Matthew. All right, we'll be back.
Complicated questions, complicated answers.
Yeah, man. We come back, our COVID-19 update. We'll hear from another doctor right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show COVID update. Yesterday, we heard from a family doctor addressing the Mount Vernon School Board. It drew a lot of
Dr. Stock.
Dr. Stock, and we heard from him. And then today, we'll hear from Dr. Z. This is, I'm not sure how to pronounce his name, Zubin
Damania,
MD. He has a huge following, over 1 billion views, and he has an innovative primary care clinic and a model for health 3.0. He says that he believes that our health system has become incredibly dysfunctional, and he saw that firsthand as an MD and experienced his own burnout, and said, I started doing this to try to give people health advice and help them. A lot of people in our audience follow him, and he took yesterday's Dr. Stock, is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
What he said, and you're going to see that he agrees with Dr. Stock on some things and he disagrees on others. And you can take this information and add it to all the information that you and we are gathering and make decisions on your own. But here is Dr. Z weighing in on Dr. Stock. Here we go.
All right, guys, I'm making a video I just don't even want to make, but so many people have sent me this video about this Mount Vernon school board meeting, and a doctor who goes up there and bravely tells them what's true about vaccines and CDC and starting school and all that. All right, let's just go through some of the claims and who this guy is quickly so that we can be done with this and no one needs to send me this video again. All right. This guy, Dr. Dan Stock, he's a family medicine doc, Indianapolis or Indiana somewhere, runs a concierge / direct primary care practice, which I think is awesome. Lifestyle medicine, which is can be really awesome, but also is a space full of kind of weird, unproven stuff and quackery, but it can also be awesome, right? So this is kind of where this guy's coming from. Goes to the school board meeting and basically tells them what's up. And let's just go through his claims and look at each one. All right, so viral particles, these viral particles for the SARS-CoV-2 are so small they go through all masks. Well, that's just simply not quite right, because there is a mask called an N95 that does block the vast majority of viral particles. So I guess he's talking about masks and kids. I'm also quite ambivalent about masks and kids, so I get it, but let's not.
Oh, no. This commercial's in there.
Come on.
Come on.
You can't even have a response.
All right, here we go. All right.
Untruth that the particles go through the masks. All right. The masks probably lower overall viral inoculum. They probably prevent a kid from blowing snot on another kid. But we don't really know how they work in kids because kids are weird, right? When a thing gets soaked with mucus all day, it's full of boogers. We don't know how effective it is in practice, and the data has not been that compelling to me. But whatever, it's probably not a high-risk intervention unless you worry about language development and socialization and things like that, and also just stigmatizing children and making them feel like they're a pestilence. But okay, fine, that's his first claim. The second one is no one can make this virus go away because it has animal reservoirs, it's a respiratory virus, it's not so pathogenic that it kills its host right away. I agree with that. You are going to be living with SARS-CoV-2 forever. Anybody who thinks we can eradicate this virus, Brett Weinstein, who says we can drive it to extinction, you can't. You can't. It's going to be with us forever, but it's going to evolve into a less pathogenic form, meaning probably like a common cold, which is also a lot of coronaviruses, right? So this is probably the natural course of it. You're not going to stamp it out. And anybody who thinks you can is not right. So I agree with him there. So then he says vaccination changes none of this. Basically, and he says, and it's clear that he's against coronavirus vaccination. And this is where I really take issue with him because he's just wrong. So, and there's a lot of misinformation here. So he says, why are we having a outbreak of coronavirus in the middle of the summer when it's a respiratory virus? It shouldn't be doing that. And then he says, it's because of the vaccinations. Let's unpack all of this. He is citing something called antibody-mediated enhancement or antibody-dependent viral enhancement, which I've done shows on. What it means is, and we've seen it with attempts at an RSV, respiratory syncytial virus vaccine back in the day, where what you do is you end up making antibodies that are triggered by the vaccine to parts of the virus that don't neutralize the virus, but instead cause the immune system to take up the virus into its own cells, kind of like a Trojan horse thing, without destroying or inactivating the virus. And that actually makes the infection worse, hence the antibody-dependent enhancement of infection. And we've seen it with RSV. Now, he goes on to say, well, with the SARS-CoV-2 and in animal trials, that's what we saw. It's like, nope, we didn't. Next, the point with antibody-dependent enhancement is that vaccinated people would then get more sick than unvaccinated people. They would have enhanced disease. Well, what we see in this outbreak in the summer is the opposite. It is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. So unvaccinated people are the ones filling up hospitals, right? Vaccinated, a very tiny proportion of that. And he says, well, this shouldn't be happening in the summer, except it did last summer too, particularly in the warmer southern states and southwestern states where the summer is like the winter in that you go indoors because of air conditioning, because it's so hot outside, and that promotes the spread of the virus. So it happened last year before vaccinations.
People ask me
there we go.
every day,
More ads.
what do I do to look
If you got a
the way
billion
that I
views, you'll
do?
get an ad.
You will.
So
Making
that
money.
whole argument is nonsense. There's no evidence of antibody-dependent enhancement with our current vaccines. In fact, the opposite. There is less disease, less severe disease, less symptomatic disease, and actually probably less infection as well, which we should talk about. So this is just complete nonsense. And then he says vaccines never prevent infection, ever, which is a pretty strong phrase, but you don't get symptomatic. So you may not get symptomatic, so they'll prevent severe disease. Yeah, that's what you want. So I agree with him there. Yeah. Oh, you want to prevent symptomatic and severe disease, except with these vaccines, it's clear that you actually have about at least in Santa Clara data, about a 4-fold reduction in test positivity. So it seems to actually prevent infection. Okay, so that's a big deal, especially when he's saying the opposite. And then he says you're going to be chasing your tail if you expect your infection positivity testing to be 0 in schools. I agree. Don't even test them. That's what I think. These kids are generally low risk, generally, not always, but generally low risk. Why would you be testing them every week or whatever certain crazy policies are? And then mandating vaccinations for kids, assuming they could even be vaccinated. If they're 12 and below, they can't be yet. Also seems unnecessary to me. So in that sense, I agree with him, absolutely. And I like the fact that he stands up in front of the board and he's like, I will testify for you. I mean, I like his passion. I like this guy's passion. He's just wrong about some things here. So this is where the twist happens. Okay, so he says, why would we even want to vaccinate when we have treatments for SARS-CoV-2? This is where it gets ugly. Ivermectin, vitamin D, zinc. Okay. Then he goes on to say, I've treated 15 patients. And guess what? None of them got hospitalized because I did this stuff for them. Come on, dude. Come on. Really? That's your trial? An uncontrolled trial of 15 people, all of whom were probably going to get better anyways, who you gave placebo to. Come on, dude. So ivermectin trials are still ongoing. I've done videos on this. We're waiting on randomized trials on ivermectin. I'm not holding my breath for reasons I've mentioned with Dr. Prasad on the show. So already he's got a bias against the vaccines, right? With all this misinformation he's already spread. And then he says people with prior infection get no benefit from vaccines. All right. So this is a gray area. I agree. If you've been infected before, you're probably immune against severe disease, right? But there is data that says that if you get another dose, your neutralizing antibodies are higher, and that may be correlated with protection against infection and severe disease. So it's still a little gray area. Doesn't mean you should go run out and get vaccinated if you've already had the disease. I agree with him on that. But I don't think we can speak in absolutes about this. And then he goes on to say the school policies and CDC is totally counterfactual. Don't listen to them. If you get sued, I'll be your expert witness, et cetera. All right. So here's how we can think about everything he said. He's wrong about the vaccines. He's right that we should question schools' policies if it comes to preventing our children from being in person, in class for school that we are paying for with a teacher class that should be protected with vaccines and masks, and let the kids go back to school. I agree with him on that. He's absolutely right, right? And I admire the fact that he would stand up and do that, but everything he's saying about vaccines is wrong. The other stuff he talks about the viral dynamics is just crazy talk. But that's my take on it. All right, so you guys wanted to know. Please don't.
So there it is.
There you go.
So we'll come back and we'll break down where they agree. Because I think at this point, let's start pulling out the things they agree on. Because we got to build up some sort of momentum.
We need something we'd hang our hat on here, Rick.
But we wanted you to hear from both doctors because there's things that they agree on, which I think we need to pull that stuff out.
And how about some things they disagree on?
Things they disagree on.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Ready to talk once again about Box of Awesome. Box of Awesome. By the way, the audience, you're loving Box of Awesome. We got ours here at the studio. Adler had to admit that he took 2 knives and gave me mine eventually. Look, how about this? Boxofawesome.com. Go there. You'll fill out some questions about yourself if you're going to receive the Box of Awesome, or you'll answer some questions about the person you're going to send it to. And then they'll put stuff in that box based on the way those questions were answered. So it's cool stuff. Grooming goods can be in there. We got some of the outdoor gear that we really liked. There's some cool summer styles they've got that may be in there. Why don't you find out more about Box of Awesome by going to boxofawesome.com. That's boxofawesome.com. Enter the code BUBBA at checkout, and we'll get you 20% off a box for yourself or for someone else. There'll be at least $70 worth of stuff in every box, and then you pay $45 a box. It doesn't cost anything to sign up, and you can cancel or stop or do whatever you want. You're in charge of it. So boxofawesome.com, the code BUBBA for 20% off. Answer those questions. Send yourself a Box of Awesome. Start getting one for yourself, or use it as a great gift idea for somebody else. That's boxofawesome.com. All right, so let's now take Dr. Z, and I'm getting to the point now with all these different so-called experts that I'm going to just start pulling out the things they seem to agree on. So if you take Dr. Z, you can see that he says mask, if you get N95 up, they do block particles, including the ones as small as the virus. The other masks may do some good, but they're certainly not a cure-all, okay? And he is not for children not going to school, and he understands that mask in children, if the mask on children is more negative than the actual protection they're receiving because they're not high risk of having a hard time with it, he really kind of agrees and disagrees at the same time on the mask point. He does agree that COVID is forever, just like the doctor said, but he said like all coronaviruses, he hopes that it will diminish in its severity over time.
Yeah,
but it's not going away.
It'll basically variant itself out of business.
He says we shouldn't be testing children all the time at schools. These every time, all the time tests don't do any good, and please don't force anyone, especially children, to get the vaccine. He agrees with that.
Yeah. I think you can sum it up by saying children are very low risk.
Right. He says that he agrees that people who have antibodies are really not at much risk, and he says now I do think that at least one dose of the vaccine would give you even more protection. But if you have antibodies, I'm not telling you to rush out and get the vaccine. That's your own decision. But I do think it might offer you some additional protection, but I don't see it as absolute necessary. Everybody disagree that he said all that?
Yeah, and all of this he's saying too. I like the tone he used in that he's saying this is kind of how we think it is now, and he's a couple of things he was hardline on, but a lot of this he's going, this is kind of what we think.
Where he's hardline and disagrees with yesterday's doctor, Dr. Stoke, he says the vaccine absolutely helps. The vaccine is being beneficial. It is doing a good job. Even it is keeping people from being as sick as they would have been otherwise.
Won't keep you from getting sick.
No.
Will limit the illness.
Right. And it does help. And it
does not cause variant.
Right, and and it does not make you more susceptible or anything like that. And he says when it comes to the treatments, he says, how you say it again?
Ivermectin.
and these other things, in his opinion, are unproven to be all that effective. But he says, I'll acknowledge that we're doing trials on that, and that's ongoing.
Yeah, they're not cures for this. They never were. Mm-hmm. But are they a speed bump? Do they slow the virus up to help your immune system? That's really the question.
Many people whose doctors have prescribed it say it absolutely helped them.
Right.
What Dr. Z would say is, I'd like to know if you would have been okay anyway.
Right.
Okay.
And you can only do that with a double-blind test with placebos, and he said those studies are underway.
The other thing that he talked about, which I wish he would have talked about, we didn't have anything about remdesivir and the infusion, the
monoclonal antibodies
that we gave President Trump, and those are available,
and a lot of people are getting those now that I personally.
And from what I've heard, both of those seem to do some good.
If
they are working
done
good.
real early,
real early. But as far as keeping you out of the hospital, so that's kind of where he landed. I thought it was a very fair assessment, if the summit I'm trying to put together, I would let him come to it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's in.
for sure.
He's one of the main speakers.
I would have he and Dr. Stoke in there. I really want to get. I want to get.
McCullough.
I want McCullough in there
And SAG.
and I want Robert Malone in there.
Yeah.
And I want SAG
Malone.
from UAB. I want him in there.
Right.
And I don't know if I want Fauci.
Now, I think Fauci has been PR-wise, fairly or not, damaged in this. So I would leave him out. Fauci is not seeing patients, Rick. That's more the people I'm concerned with.
And I feel like he's talking down to me every time he speaks. And this guy didn't. Even though I don't agree with some of the stuff he was saying, I felt like, man, I'd like to go have lunch with this guy.
Yeah, he seems like a nice guy. That doesn't necessarily mean what he's saying is true.
Right.
Rick, here's what disturbs me about all of it. You have doctors who we think are probably the smartest people that we deal with every day that totally disagree on things.
Yeah.
180. Now, see, that to me is bothersome.
It is, and I think some of this is just an unfortunate state that we find ourselves in, and you heard him kind of referring to it, and we all have friends that work in pharmaceuticals, and they've been saying this for years, and this is a good thing because we are human beings, and I know we've, for some reason, dumbed down human life and then wonder why nobody values it anymore, but we don't really take human beings and treat them like animals and just run a bunch of tests on everybody. Now, there's been times in our past we've done that to people, and it was wrong. So all pharmaceuticals reps will tell you, and the people who develop pharmaceuticals, when we decide to crank that thing out there at the 328, or as President Biden says, 350 million, when we throw it out there with millions and millions of people, there's the cone of silence, and we wait to see what happens.
Yeah,
we have some idea of how we think human beings.
Yeah, you run a test, but I mean, really, for our population, a few thousand people's not a big sample,
and
that's not really all
some of us don't
do.
like to be in this position, but we're going to be the guinea pigs that will help the future when they deal with it and go, well, now remember when we had COVID, we did this and that was a mistake. We did this, that was right. Matt, we probably should have done that. I tell you one thing that I can say, and I'm not a doctor, just watching, I don't care what you do, but do something aggressive early.
Yes,
Do not wait till you have double pneumonia and then go to the hospital.
That's been the problem here recently.
Everybody I know that has died or is hanging on and still fighting, they just were told stay home, and then if you get sick, let us know. Don't do that.
No.
If you get it, you tell your doctor, give me Remdesivir, give me the infusion, or if you believe in some of the others, just do something. Let's just don't sit around and wait till I have double pneumonia, then I'll come see you.
That's not good.
Don't do that.
No.
And that's just from experience, just watching what's been happening.
Right.
Like I said, some of these things you don't know till we've experienced it. You know what we did? We were giving people steroids in the beginning. Now we know not to do that anymore.
Yeah, until the second phase.
Yes, because some of this is trial and error.
Yeah.
I had a guy today. He was like, "Yeah, man, I just got this positive and get some steroids." I said, "Whoa,
whoa!
Don't go get a steroid shot on day one." Whoa.
No.
You know, you want to do that later?
Now, that was the latest thing.
Yeah, now that may change.
Yeah,
but
you don't know. Dr. Sag told us that in the podcast.
Of course, no, never mind. I was about to say something, but I shouldn't say it.
Okay.
No, and it's not anything against Dr. Sag.
No.
It's actually confirming his concern. I did a little research on somebody didn't do well, and they did a doc in the box, fired some steroids to him early. Top of the hour. So I'd stay away from that. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour from the Rick and Bubba Broadcast Plaza. And teleport Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. The gang is all here. And we look forward to chatting with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And let's all say hello and welcome back. He may have number 12 on his jersey, but he's number 1 in your heart, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey. Hey, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged. Thank all of you for sharing a little time with us.
Yep. All right, so finishing up on our COVID deal, and we always enjoy those every day, but trying to see if we can find some form of information that we all can start kind of putting on our board. Okay, there's some things everybody seems to be agreeing on. Let's get that on the board. This is not helping. The CDC did adjust the Florida COVID-19 numbers after the health department in Florida said, hey, I'm calling y'all out. Y'all are trying to make it look worse than it is. Y'all are lumping days together and acting like this is all happening in one day. This is our ongoing tabulation. This is not a one-day number, and y'all are lying. And the CDC has adjusted it. Said, hey, you got us? Hey, everybody, come on out. They got us. And so
hey, y'all come on out.
Hey, they got us.
So how bad did they miss it?
They claim that the hospitalizations rose more than 1,100 in the state on one day, and I'm trying to see what the actual number was, but they said that was incorrect. And they said they also messed up on their 7-day average. They were trying to present, I mean, it's bad, but they were trying to present it as worse than it was. And so they said then
it says that the CDC initially reported 28,317 new cases on Sunday, but adjusted that number to 19.5 by Tuesday.
I guess that is the number they exaggerated.
The health department said there were 15,319 cases on Sunday. The CDC and the state did not immediately respond to offer after-hour email, blah, blah, blah. So basically, it was on Tuesday, the CDC reported that the state had surpassed 20,000 for its 7-day average in new cases, a day after the agency misreported numbers by giving the Florida Department of Health some combined data from 3 days and 2. Right. So they were pushing too many days into the data.
Bottom line, Bubba, it looks like that they exaggerated by over 1,000. Bottom line.
Yeah, well,
so that seems to be kind of where that breaks down.
Well, if you're going to report the numbers, you need to really be sure they're accurate because people are depending on that to make life-changing decisions.
Yeah,
want to get that one right.
It's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, it is.
So we had that, and then I think I know Fauci and the mask thing.
You got a lot of people, and look, Dr. Stock and others. They're really empowering a lot of people to speak up to a lot of these school districts.
And Dr. Z likes that too.
Yeah, I know Clay Travis spoke at a Tennessee school board deal. That made social media yesterday. A lot of folks are unhappy with the little ones having to go with masks on. That seems to be a lot of controversy. And different school districts are doing different things. So
locally, everybody has their own choices to make, and they're all over the road, much like all the data has been all over the road. So, like what we were trying to do is just circle common ground and go, well, maybe, that because you hear everything, man. I mean, you sit here, we get 300 reports a day, different things.
Yes, and it's a lot.
Yeah.
It really is.
Do you want me to just...
Are you going to go there?
Do you want me to do This Year America or not? about Batman and Robin?
You can't even have Batman and Robin.
Just don't even do that.
Good night.
Who's putting that movie out?
Well, it's not a movie.
Not a movie.
It's in the comic book.
Oh, good gracious.
So now, if you've got the comic book, Robin, who is not a real person,
right?
Okay.
Well,
can I tell all the movements out there? Batman and Robin are not real. They're not real people. They're cartoons that were then made into movies, and all tying cartoons and comic strips into agendas and movements is silly because it's not real. I mean, there are enough real-life human beings that come out and use their platform for all sorts of things. You cannot afford a platform to a cartoon. Okay? It's not real. So none of this even matters. Let's have the dynamic duo, okay, go fight against bad people. Yeah, I mean, holy mackerel. Batman. Huh?
Well,
Have
you know,
Batman and Robin.
everything's being, rewritten for the agenda for today, so you would expect that to be covered. I mean, I'm not totally shocked.
So, I mean, if you have little ones right now.
20 years ago, you would have been.
And I
Not
don't.
now.
But if you have little ones that are in the cartoon world or, all that kind of, do you just go back and play old episodes?
Of Peppa Pig?
I mean, do you just, do you go back and just, do you go back in the archives and find, 10, 15,
Oh yeah, well, let's face
20-year-old
it.
episodes?
Let's think about the Blues Clue that y'all couldn't believe was real, and I couldn't. I honestly thought it was made up. Okay, that's how outlandish it was. But I guess you go on and say, all right, I want my kid to see Blues Clues, but not anything recent. I got to go back and find old Blues Clues things. We're trying to teach my kid how to count.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Right.
Not trying to get him to join an agenda. Same thing with Batman. I guess you just go. I want my kid to. You just say Adam West only. I mean, you go to comic books and. And you go back.
Batman will always be Adam West to me.
Right.
That's who I grew up watching.
Did I think?
And look, the costumes, especially Robin's, would, leave you open to, maybe veer off of that a little bit. Well, it was kind of odd, Rick. Let's face it.
Well, in my mind, Robin saw Batman as more of a father figure.
Yeah, right. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree to that.
Yeah,
but I mean, the costume was a little bizarre.
Right.
Especially for Robin.
Yeah.
Batman, you see.
Right.
Robin, I've got a R. I mean,
yeah. And did you think that
wear those funny shoes that look like
no question
Robin Hood would wear?
Yeah, if you walked into a parade dressed as Robin, everybody probably would say
say you'd never seen Batman and Robin.
Right.
You see Batman going down the street, you go, "There's a guy dressed like a bat."
Right.
You see Robin going down the street, you go, "Must be a parade."
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this really,
I mean, you really, just
sure,
to be honest,
it's not some monumental moment.
No.
But I just would.
We all had our doubts back then.
Yeah, but wouldn't you like to see it just kind of stay out of stay out of comic books?
Yeah, fight crime and have cool gadgets and be good guys and defeat bad guys. I'd leave all the rest of it alone.
Right. Yeah.
That would be my preference.
Sure.
Speaking of preference.
Holy Pride Month, Batman.
Yeah, really.
But anyway, so
were y'all ever big comic people?
No.
Holy gender confusion, bro.
Right? Yeah, I was. I never really read comic books. Now I like cartoons.
Yeah. I had a few, but I mean, I didn't have like mountain stacks of them like I saw some. I may have had 6. Every now and then I grab one when I was bored and. You couldn't get to a toy store and maybe a drugstore had one, and your mom would get you one just to. Pacify you for a while. Well, we didn't have Game Boys to play with.
No, I never ever found myself like entertained by a comic book. It's like it didn't bring enough to the table. It was like I wanted to. Now you give me a cartoon. Oh, Cartoon Saturday. Oh, I was all in. Bowl of cereal ready to go. Pop-Tart in case you get in the tight.
Where was Greg during all that?
Oh, we right there together, baby. we're in our matching pajamas on the couch, ready to go.
By the way, hey, speaking of that, did he ever, like when y'all were fighting, did he ever bite you?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, that came up in the kickoff hour. I was wondering.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't.
If he was desperate, like you were sitting on him.
Oh, no, if he was desperate, he'd do anything.
He got a baseball bat after you.
Yeah, he would bat. He would bite, yeah. Hot Wheels track. He hit you with a Hot Wheels track. We'll take your phone calls next. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So let's go. 21 minutes past the hour. Let's talk to the people. Let's hear from you. Comments, questions, bringing information to the table. We're turning the show over to you. Handle with care. Lines are available. Don't forget Wednesday Bible study back today. It'll be live at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern on our YouTube channel. We'll finish up the series on what it means to be a disciple. We'll do session 8 today and wrap that up. So the final episode today. Let's go to Jack. Is in Coleman, Alabama. Jack's listening to us, Bubba, on 104.7 WZZK. Hey, Jack. Welcome to the program. Come on, Jack.
What's up, buddies?
Jack.
I sent Helmsy an email last week of a diesel truck that ran through a house and completely demolished it and knocked it 6 or 8 feet off the foundation.
Wow.
Now, supposedly there was a woman in the bed at the time, and the diesel truck pushed her. She was still in the bed in the backyard, and they took her to UAB. But I sent Helms a few pictures of it, and there's run over bicycles and everything, and it's pretty bad.
Boy, that's no way to wake up in the middle of the night with an 18-wheeler coming through the house.
No, that's a real boy. That'll get you up and wake you up, and you'll think you're in a dream. On it.
Yeah, Bubba, let's go to one of the most beautiful places on earth, Pigeon Forge, Tennessee.
Come on,
Richard standing by. Richard, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good, how you doing this morning? Monkey Grass and Green Acres, guys.
Thank you, man.
All right.
What's on your mind?
I just like to say they just give our mask mandate out for our schools, and it is optional to wear a mask, and if you do, you do. And I'd just like to say that we were open all last year. Our kids never missed a football game, never missed a basketball game. I probably made more money last year than the last 5 years from everybody being locked down and coming here. So you folks just keep coming to Pigeon Forge. We love you.
That's good. We're open. Y'all come see it. Come on. Yeah. That's great. Let's go to Andrew Hattiesburg. Andrew, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I don't know if you remember this old SNL skit from the 90s, 2000s called The Ambiguously Gay Duo.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
It just owned me. When you guys talking about that earlier, man. Just look at those old clips.
Yeah,
they
they're
were fantastic.
You know what? Politically incorrect, but sure funny.
It was funny.
Couldn't do it anymore.
You can't do anything anymore.
Can you even have comedy now?
No, not really.
Well, wasn't it Chris Rock that was at some award show and he said, "Now normally I would have come out here and told y'all jokes. It would have been absolutely hilarious, but I can't do it anymore." Yeah. And I mean, what's going to happen?
You know, the last guy I saw that just really went out there, there it is, by the way.
Yeah.
And lambasted some good comedy was when Ricky, what's his last name, Greg, who hosted the award show?
Gervais.
Yeah, Gervais.
Golly.
He's funny.
Boy, you talk about somebody he had. How about the looks on some of them's faces?
Yeah, I think he was tired of being asked to come and host that, so he was going to make sure he didn't get asked again, or at least he got a nice long break.
And he was standing there holding a drink the whole time.
Yeah. It was as unpolitically correct, unwoke as you could be.
Do you remember the next year when he wasn't there and he put it up a picture of him there last year and he says, "I wasn't invited. It was something I said."
That's hilarious to me.
Let's go
with that accent.
Ryan in Alabama. Ryan, go ahead. 30 seconds. How about it? Ryan?
Yes.
Yeah, go Ryan.
Go, buddy. You're on.
Oh, okay. Hey, guys, this is Ryan Walker. I'm calling for Sheffield.
Okay.
Okay, I was just wanting to talk about the what's left over there in Kuwait.
Okay.
And the fact that they're saying 95% of the troops that fallen has been removed.
That train had a hard time getting down the track. Sorry about that, buddy. Only 30 seconds. Ronnie.
Yeah, Ryan, we'd like to hear from you.
Ronnie in Gadsden, Z93. Ronnie, go ahead.
Hey, how do you pronounce that? Molecular antibodies.
I have no idea.
Monoclonal antibodies.
How you spell that? How you spell that, Bubba?
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to tell Siri to spell it.
What's next? Calling us and ask us how to lose weight?
I just called 2 clinics in Gadsden trying to get them, and nobody knows anything about it. They do not administer in Gadsden or regional Gadsden.
It's MONOCLONAL. MONOCLONAL.
Clonal antibodies.
All right, you're welcome, buddy.
I think it's polynucleosis.
Guys, we got that ought to be readily available. I mean, I know my doctor says they've got it ready to go if it's needed. Let's go to Jonathan Decatur, listening to 100.3 The River. Jonathan, go ahead.
Yeah, boys, I was just wondering, I'm sitting here on the porcelain phone, wondering if, have y'all watched any of Mike Lindell's stuff? I know y'all support him and all that good jazz. Just wondering if y'all followed him on the Mike Lindell TV, or I think it's called like Frank TV or something like that.
No, I mean, we played him getting interviewed by, was it MSNBC or somebody the other day?
Yeah, well, they kind of got in a little tiff.
Yeah, but,
CNN, somebody.
But no, I don't watch his TV thing or anything like that. I love his pillow.
Yeah, I like him as a person, and he's a mover and shaker. Now, you know, he may be right, maybe not right on some of these issues. I don't know, but
that's
I
okay.
like him. Yeah, you don't have to be 100%.
No, that's okay.
On anybody.
Some of the stuff he does, I probably would be 100% in agreement, and other things I'd be like, eh.
I'd need a little more proof,
right?
A little more sales on that.
By the way, somebody said, sent an email, said that we need to do a health check on Mark Levin. That he went crazy last night.
Oh my gosh!
On
which topic?
I don't know. I don't know what it was.
You know
All
what?
they
I
said
hate.
was
I hate
you need to do
myself.
a wellness check on him.
I hate myself because I had Hannity on, and I turned it off to go to bed because it's past my bedtime before Levin came on.
Doggone it!
I know.
Well, I didn't.
I'm
see
mad
it.
at myself.
I didn't see it. All I got was an email says do a wellness check on Levin because he went nuts last night. But I haven't seen it. Heath in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Heath, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I want to actually answer the question why things won't work in Afghanistan the way it worked in Germany and everywhere else.
Yeah.
Because you didn't get that answer before. All those people know. I've been deployed to that region many times. The only thing those people know is people ruling over them. Right? We've only been there for 20 years. That's a generation. You got at least 3 generations in line that all they know is the mafia mentality.
Right.
Somebody rules over them. Somebody tells them what to do. If they don't do it, they die. They're not going to adapt to a typical, what we think is a democratic society. That's not what they know.
So, and again, it's politically incorrect to say this, but are you telling me from an evolutionary process that they just can't handle democracy yet?
Or they don't want it?
In my opinion, yes. Like I said, I deployed over there straight out of high school for Desert Storm, and I went. You guys supported us. I was with the Birmingham Guardian that deployed back years ago, and then I became an intel officer. So I've studied their life for 25 years. They don't get it. They don't understand it at all.
So
it's going to take way longer. We have to help build a society and show them what's possible.
So it's a 75-year mission, not a 20-year mission. Is what you're saying?
Easily.
Oh
easily.
Yeah.
Heath, were you in the group that we took to eat one day at the barbecue place?
No, I don't think I was. Okay. But you guys supported us a lot when we did deploy back in 2004.
Amen.
Oh, we did.
Thanks for your
Still
service.
do.
And thanks for your insight on that. And that's kind of what we were asking, and you've answered it. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number. And I do want to tell you about Car Shield, because let me tell you what you do not want today. You do not want for that check engine light to come on today if you don't have warranty. You don't want that. And what you need to do is get that automobile, if it no longer has warranty, you need to get it under a protection plan from Car Shield. Their administrators handle, the paperwork, and expensive payments, so that you and us, we don't have to. Just go ahead now, and you can get under a Car Shield protection plan. Pick one that works for your automobile. Now, once you do that, you're going to have roadside assistance, rental coverage, and trip reimbursement at no additional charge. And if it's a covered repair, the ASC certified mechanic of your choice will be paid directly by Car Shield's administrators. So if this automobile that you're in right now, if you're listening to the radio and you're in an automobile, is this car under warranty? Hey, buddy, ma'am, is it under warranty? If it's not, you need to go to carshield.com and get a protection plan so you don't have to dread that minimum $1,500 red light that's going to come on. Call 1-800-665-2157. Mention the code BUBBA. We'll save you 10% on the protection plan of your choice. Or carshield.com, use the code BUBBA. That'll also save you 10%. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Yeah! Get a ring! It's Will of Meat, Bubba. It's Will of Meat.
Will of Meat's got me yearning.
Wonderful Will of Meat.
Come on, give it a try.
The wonderful Will of Meat has been illuminated. That means that Calvin Speedy Wilburn is ready to spin. The real great Burgess goes for some reason to the drum kit. Eddie Van Adler gets the cameras focused on this wonderful Will. We've got Harry Murdahl taking your phone calls. We have the Hand of Truth giving it all a thumbs up. The Christmas Pig, Bubba, smiling from ear to ear.
It's very proud, Rick, very proud.
The Avengers pinball machine is fired up and ready for somebody to go get an extra ball. So we're ready to go, and all we need is you. It is brought to you by our friends at harryanddavid.com. They'll send you the meat directly to your door. Yesterday, I'm going to send this to Adler. Yesterday, Sherry's birthday, is coming up Sunday. Little Miss Sherry. Yesterday, Sherry Burgess received from 1-800-Flowers.com some of these summer lilies. And by the way, they are absolutely beautiful. She claims it may be one of the most beautiful bouquets she's ever gotten from 1-800-Flowers.com. And I'll send that to Adler and Speedy, too. She took a picture of it, and she was so excited about that. So summer lilies. This little summer lily bouquet is on there. 2 dozen red roses, 2 dozen multicoloreds. That's out there from 1-800-Flowers. Moultrie's got a feeder package. Chord Buddy has got a learning system and a Chord Buddy. We got Rick and Bubba stuff from the store. So let's start with Chad. Is in Martin, Tennessee. Now, Chad, Tennessee Martin used to be called the Pacers. Is that what's the mascot now? Tennessee Martin.
We're the Skyhawks.
Skyhawks. Yeah, when I played a little ball at T-Roy, y'all were the Pacers.
Yeah.
And I remember the guy with the horse, with the wheels under him coming down the field.
I think Skyhawks is scarier.
It is. Oh, yeah. That guy, I mean, it was a beautiful horse, but the guy didn't scare me.
Why did y'all change it, by the way?
Well, when they joined the OVC back in the 90s, Murray State is the Pacers.
Oh, okay.
So I think it's too close. And plus, I guess we can't be more masculine than the Mighty Volunteers, so they had to come up with a name when they.
That's funny. All right, so Chad, what do you say to Calvin Speedy Wilburn to get him to spin that thing for Martin, Tennessee?
Wow, what a wheel!
Let's go, Speedy. Let it rip, baby. Let it rip. Let's see if we can win one for the Skyhawks.
I put that right up there with Sun Chiefs.
You love Sun Chiefs. Chad, let's see here.
Not just the Hawks, the Skyhawks. As opposed to the Water Hawks.
That didn't take long. Meat. Little meat for Martin, Tennessee, Chad. A little meat for Martin. Everybody say, it's got me yelling. All right, Chad, let's put you on hold. We'll get all your information, and then harryanddavid.com will send you a gift certificate, okay?
That sounds great.
Chad, thanks for listening to Rick and Bubba, watching Rick and Bubba. Which one do you do?
Right now I'm watching it. I'm kind of working from home some because I broke my ankle. And,
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
All right, well,
so y'all keeping my spirits up.
Thank you, man. Thanks for watching on YouTube. Appreciate you, man. All right, so we put you on hold. All right, let's Bubba, let's go to Florence, Alabama. WLAY. Freddie is standing by. Ready, Freddie? Freddie, what do you say?
Ready.
Wow, what a wheel!
Let's go. There goes Freddie. All right. Freddie. Freddie. Chord buddy, strum it! Is that right?
Yeah.
All right, so chord buddy it is.
Forgot for a minute.
Fred, I know we just met, but which hand you strum with?
Yeah.
Rick! That's what it's on here. It says ask them. Huh?
Right hand.
Right hand, Fred. All right, put you on hold, Fred.
Right-handed Freddie.
And Chord Buddy will send you the Chord Buddy, the instruction book, the free app lesson plan videos, Chord Buddy song book with over 100 songs. Look right here. Walk over here, Speedy.
Yes, sir.
All right, you see this piece of paper I have?
I do.
And it says this is your Chord Buddy copy.
It does.
What does that say right there?
Travis wants to know what what hand they strum with.
It says it right there.
It is right
Please
there.
ask each winner which hand they strum with.
Okay.
It's right there.
And you did that, Rick.
Yeah.
He's
it's
a
right
righty.
there. Look, Bubba, it's right there.
Well,
He's
there's
a
some
righty.
strange effect when
Yeah.
he had that
Oh,
wireless
we had a
mic
couple of
and
mics going there.
Did it sound cool?
It was a dueling mic.
It sounded like something groveling in there.
You know what? You know what it sounded like? Yo! You know what it sounded like? Something off the Kanye album.
Yeah.
All right, so
Let me.
So people went to this arena and just watched him listen.
Yeah, and
to
part of the time he got under a sheet and laid on a mattress like he was taking a nap. Picture I saw, I thought he was asleep.
Okay. Let's go to
All right.
let's go to Michelle in the great state in the free state of Florida. Michelle, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go. And a reverse spin. Reverse spin there, Michelle.
Counterclockwise.
Let's see what happens. Whoa! Chord buddy, strum it.
Two chord buddies. We strung.
Another chord buddy.
I can't believe that.
Michelle,
she's a lefty.
The Chord Buddy, the instruction book, the free app, lesson plan videos, song book with over 100 songs. And are you a lefty or a righty?
I'm right-handed, yeah.
Right. So if you play guitar, you'd strum with the right hand?
Yep.
Yes, I would.
Okay. All right. Let's put you on hold. Chord Buddy coming your way. You about to start playing guitar, girl. There we go. That is. You went reverse and it hit it again. How about a drum buddy? That can't be good for our ears. It can't be.
I've never
like,
heard of the drum buddy.
Right.
Is that a new thing?
I guess Greg is our little drum buddy. Let's go to Muscle Shoals, Alabama, where Wade is standing by. Wade, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What do you say to Speedy?
Wade.
Wow, what a wheel.
There you go, Speedy. There he goes. He turned that loose right there. He spun that all the way from Pascagoula. All right, that's it. Look at that. He's letting that rip right there. He's showing his sons how an old man can spin. Little old man strength in there. Let's see. You have to live that. That ain't a weight room. Yeah. Okay. Buzzbox, drink it. Delicious Buzzbox coffee for you. You get a free pound, top 1% Arabica. If you're not already a Buzzbox subscriber, then you'll be trying it. There you go for the first time. If you like it, become a subscriber. 10% goes to the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. Let's put you on hold, and thanks for listening to us on WLAY. Thanks, Wade.
Thank you very much.
I think we can get one more in.
Let's do one more.
I think
Come
we
on.
can get one more.
Let's do it.
Let's go to Clay. Clay is out of Birmingham, Alabama. Listen to ZZK. Clay, what do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go.
Oh, it's a big spin,
That was good. That was smooth, wasn't it? The wheel's doing pretty good today, doesn't it? Running smooth.
Greg working on every drum beat
That's
from the
good,
80s.
Greg. I love that. That's really good, Greg.
I think I caught a little.
Let's go, Chad. Chad. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Spatchler. Flip it. Oh, Chad. Hey, Clay.
The coveted.
Hey, Clay.
Yes, sir.
Clay, you just got a spatula. I don't know when the last time you took a hold of a real spatula, but you about to.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. It's you know what it is. I mean, that spatula is it's somebody will look at you and say, I tell you what, right there, Clay means business.
He means business.
All right, we're putting you on hold. Let's get you information. The spatula is coming your way. Okay.
All right, thank you, guys.
No, thanks for listening to Rick and Bubba. There it is. All winners today, Bubba.
How about that?
All winners.
He was in a giving mood.
He was. All winners on the Wheel of Meat today. Congratulations to all of you. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up as we continue to work through the stories of the day and your phone calls and what's on your mind. So you stay with us. Congratulations. Wheel of Meat put up for another week. Catch it again next week on Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
All right, we're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. We're in the aftermath of the wheel of meat. It makes a mess in here. It really does. Congratulations again to the winners. Excited about back on the road again this week. TheManChurch.com will be at First Baptist Church, Athens, Alabama, coming up on Thursday night. Going to be there for their Man Church. Excited to be there. If you don't have your ticket, grab that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events or go directly to First Baptist Church, Athens, Alabama. This weekend, Sherry and I are excited about the Together Marriage Conference. That is sold out, but looking forward to seeing all the couples that are arriving in Pensacola, Florida at Olive Baptist Church. We'll spend some time together, have a great time, and then Shane and Shane will be in concert to follow. So all those details for this week can be found at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. If you want to look at future weeks, you can find it there as well. So, Bubba, you were telling me, we've had a lot of talk about these Dominion voting machines.
Oh, yeah.
Dominion this, Dominion that, and it looks like Dominion is going to go on offense against people who've made accusations against
them. Yeah, Dominion Voting Systems filed several lawsuits yesterday alleging that the company was defamed by conservative news networks Newsmax and One America News Network when they aired segments that claimed the 2020 U.S. election was rigged. Dominion also filed a defamation suit against Patrick Byrne, the founder and former CEO of Overstock.com, who was pushing some election fraud conspiracy theories.
Mm-hmm.
In each lawsuit, Dominion is seeking more than $1.7 billion in damages for lost profits and expenses incurred by the election rigging claims. The new lawsuit comes on top of several that were filed early this year against other parties, including Fox News' Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell, who are all defending themselves.
Whatever happened to Sidney Powell?
She's defending herself, I guess, in a lawsuit. The Kraken?
Yeah, whatever happened to her? Did the Kraken eat her? Or, what happened?
I didn't know Sidney Powell before all this started, and we had heard, buddy, when she gets involved, look out. She's like a turtle, man. When she bites, she doesn't let go. She won't let go till it thunders.
At one time, I thought she was co-host of the Hannity Show,
right?
On radio.
I don't know. It just the presentation didn't exactly measure up to the hype, in my very humble opinion.
Right. I mean, I didn't. I mean, I was like, well, we're going to see things get rolled out like we've never seen before.
Yep.
And then it just kind of. You talk about somebody that showed up and on the landscape and then vanished. If we could find a way to do the same thing with Fauci, I would be fired up.
Yeah. And listen, much like COVID-19 and its variants, he ain't going away anytime soon.
No, we're not going to get rid of him.
I just, I like Rudy Giuliani. I've always liked him since he was the mayor in New York.
Except when his hair color started running down his face.
What I was going to say, the presentation that they put on was not, it was not awing. Let me put it that way.
No, it felt like you went to see your team play, and you're like, we just don't look like that we're playing well today. I mean, we just look like we're all over the way.
It didn't match the hype, for as good a job as Rudy did as mayor. I just didn't feel like this was a great presentation. Let me put it that way.
No, so I'm talking. You know how you talking about? You go, what happened? I just don't know. We just didn't execute. I mean, it just didn't seem like.
I was really, because I do think there was some oddities that went on in this election. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure that everything was on the up and up. I'm not from the hey, it was stolen camp either.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying there was, I think anytime we can have clarity and transparency in this, it's a better system. And I don't think we completely have that. There was a lot of things that came out about Dominion that was misinformation, some not proved, some still may be. I don't know. I'm not, personally connected to them, so I don't know. But when you expected this presentation of these overwhelming facts, they really didn't come across selling it well, I guess. Is that a good way to say it?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm struggling for the words to say.
Well, obviously they were not able to take root, and they didn't grab any ground.
Yeah.
So that's now I know that there's I saw that Trump has released a new MAGA hat. We had that story yesterday.
Oh yeah, it's a pretty good looking hat.
Well, I mean, you know,
I got the letters bigger, so it's easier to see.
But is
them.
the style different? Because the hat that he had last time, I hated that
I
style.
think it's still just your
That's
basic trucker hat.
Yeah,
you know?
that's not a good style for me. You know, it's I'd like.
Hey, it's no Bubba Captain hat.
It's not. No, it's not. El Capitan.
Real.
Let me tell you, when I saw one,
Capitan.
when I saw one, oh, that is a nicer hat. Yeah, that's much nicer.
Looks like Kansas City Chiefs.
It does. I wonder if it'll be canceled. By the way, are the Chiefs going to just get to stay the Chiefs? I don't know.
Rick, he'll sign it for $25.
He will.
25 smackaroos.
Yep.
Oh, there's that weird signature he's got.
Right. Well, you know what? He's still cashing in, and everybody who's ever been president, are they all cash in.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean you got your platform now, as if you didn't have one before.
True.
So you can go to the bank on all that.
Still confused a little bit why we don't have. I'm not talking about off the chart right wing, but at least a conservative social media outlet.
Well, they tried and they took all the servers away.
Well, why don't they have their own servers? I mean,
did Parler make it? Is it back? It lost.
Rick, listen, I know Amazon.
It lost its momentum.
I know Amazon.
From it since.
Amazon owns a large part of the entire server base of the world. I got that, like 60%.
Right.
I was quoted. I don't know. I hadn't counted them myself.
Sure.
But
sure.
That means there's still a lot they don't own, and server companies make servers all the time. I mean, why didn't somebody? Start adding them as you go. You know what I mean?
Like I'm gonna look right now at my Parler app and see, because I tried to do
Bring
both
old
for
Parler
a while,
up.
and then when Parler got canceled, it's like I never went back to it.
Yeah.
And I mean, it looks. Is it operating? Do you ever hear about it anymore?
I don't know.
Remember, it was.
And look, I'm not talking about one where every single post on it has to be the election was stolen.
No.
Dominion is bad. Trump's coming back on August the 14th. You know what I mean? I just mean one where you can post things and not be taken down if you're not 100% for vaccines. If this vaccine, or if you're for responsible vaccines, informed vaccines, or you think something may have been amiss in the election, or you're for securing future elections from games and things that shouldn't be going on. I mean, is there a landing spot for that out there? I mean, because the Parler thing was, I mean, it was all the meter was pegged to the right.
Well, it was also
you couldn't go far enough to the right.
No, but at least it had something going.
Yeah, I mean, it was an alternate voice, and I think that's good for the marketplace.
Yeah, so I don't know, but is it functional? You don't hear anything about it anymore. Is it still functioning? So it is out there. There's just not a lot of hype around it anymore. Helmsley said it is functioning.
I'm logging back in. Rick.
Yeah, I don't even remember how to log in.
Rick.
Well, I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't even. Did they change the app on it? Do you have to get a new app or something?
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
right, we're back. 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so we're going to chat with you again this hour, run down stories that we have not quite covered yet. Wheel of Meat already spun. You missed that today. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
How about you?
How about you, buddy?
Glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba party.
All right, wacky world. Looking around the wacky. Bubba, the headline says a dog trained to ring bell for attention alerts owner to family of bears in her backyard pool.
Yep. Rick, okay, I hope this is what I think it is.
Okay.
Okay, it may not be, and I'll tell you what I mean by that.
Right, okay.
Do we have the video?
Well, I'm going to throw my glasses at you.
That's so good.
Roll that beam footage.
Hey, we got the video. First of all, you kind of had me on a dog trained to ring bell for attention.
You know,
ring that.
I just wonder if we look at the video here, we'll show it. Okay, here it is.
Can I play this? All right. Oh my gosh, there is a mama bear and two cubs in the pool.
Look at him just playing.
Did you hear? Now, when you read the story, initially it sounds like this little dog, who's been trained to ring a bell to go outside, is alerting the owner that there's bears in the pool. When in reality, it may be the dog just needs to go out.
That's right.
Before the lady opens the door, she goes, "We're not going out because there's bears in the pool."
Right. Yeah. Well,
now he can see the bears,
Right.
but I don't know. He still seems like he wants to go outside and tinkle.
Yeah.
Mama's boy.
He's wearing that bell.
Not a good time to go
No.
outside.
Yeah, but look, he's like, look, you tell me to ring the bell, you let me out.
Yeah.
Look at the cubs.
I'll tell you one thing: if you let that dog out with the mama bear and the cubs out there, he won't ring the bell anymore.
Let him bark
That's
at
a
them
big one,
cubs,
too.
see what mama
Guys,
does.
that's a big bear.
Look at her.
Big old healthy.
Is
brown one, too.
anybody concerned that bears are playing in your backyard pool?
Yeah, I mean, maybe you need a gate or something. I don't know what's up there.
Well, they came right.
Where
on
did
in.
they go when they went behind that wall?
Who
you know?
knows? But I'd like to know
Looked
before
like
I
they were leaving the yard.
before
I
I
want to be sure they're gone before I.
hey. I want to know before I let Mama's good boy out.
Yeah.
Might want to call the neighbors.
Yeah.
Y'all
Can we
seen them
get
bears?
eyes on our house from the other side?
I have heard that
You'll let
people
my
use
barn.
now. It's more puppies than anything. They use that as a training technique. They hang like a little bell off the doorknob and to train the dog to go swipe and ring the
Yeah, a
bell
lot of
to
times
get
I go
out.
stand at the door, sit at the door, or scratch. You know, I
Yeah,
guess you could train them to ring a bell.
Yeah.
Although that would get kind of annoying
Let me,
sometimes.
let me tell you. Yeah.
Sound like a cash register going
Yeah.
off in there, and
So, hey, now.
a pinball machine going.
I
ding.
I don't. When I first saw the headline, I thought it was a dog that had been trained to ring the doorbell.
Yeah, I did too. I did
look,
too.
Look, he's got a bell over there on the ground. Look
Like
right there.
you do on
That's
location
pretty good.
checks.
That's
Wait a minute.
pretty good bell.
It's a
Let's
nice
see, wait a
little
minute.
bell.
Watch.
Look
Look
at
there.
that. Oh, it's got a little paw on it too.
So I guess.
Look at that.
Let's
Wow.
see him do it again.
So we bell
Okay,
trained
get
our
this-
dog.
So he stomps that bell.
Stomps that bell.
Greg, dude, get this for Chloe.
I don't know,
Oh,
Bubba.
Chloe
He's
could do
looking
it.
right at those bears.
Look at him
Right
just
now.
playing.
He's looking right at those bears. He wants out.
Well, he's incorrect.
See him whining. That's like he wants to go out.
You don't
like
think he's looking right at the bears?
It's like the bear's been tagged.
I don't know if he even knows what a bear is.
Well,
If he's been living in the house,
but I mean, if I had to go to the
he
bathroom,
probably don't know what a squirrel
Yeah,
is.
if I had to go to the bathroom and I looked at her and saw that, I don't think I'd
I
just.
mean, the
keep...
bear's taking a dip in the pool.
Uh-huh.
So he is looking at it.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's be honest.
He doesn't need to go out.
I
thought
like that lovely music.
I thought
behind
the dog went to the front door and was ringing the Ring door cam
Yeah.
because there was a bear in the yard.
I thought he rang the
Dog's
doorbell.
gotta pee.
And then walked in with an Amazon package.
Yeah. All right, let's be honest. Does that not look refreshing for that bear?
It really
she
does.
does not. She hated the Cubs, ran off. Now she's got to get out.
Yeah,
I
that
know.
gummit. Here I go.
And we go get them.
There we go.
You know why they say they're
Yeah.
seeing more bears?
Must be.
Climate change.
Is it that
These
fire
wi-
you were mentioning?
These wildfires.
Wildfires.
Speedy.
You heard
tried to-
about what they're doing at gas stations?
Huh?
Speedy, Greg.
All right, it's gonna
We
come
were,
back. It's
we
gonna
were
come back
messing
on
with
you.
Speedy in the break. Speedy told us it was the Winn-Dixie fire that was coming.
Winn-Dixie, yeah.
It's the Dixie
This
fire.
one's actually Publix.
Yeah.
All right,
I appreciate that, Greg.
Yeah. So why are
I'm
they?
serious. Look over your shoulder when you're pumping gas.
Piggly Wiggly fire.
Well, why?
Speedy's got an announcement to make.
I do want to know. I do want to ask this question.
Mm-hmm.
Why do we call this fire in California Dixie fire?
There must be an area. It seems like they name those
I thought-
fires where they originate from.
Oh, really?
But I
Duh.
At least they didn't call it Winn-Dixie, dumbass. I mean, dang it.
I didn't think you'd say it.
I didn't mean to.
Speedy said we were going to do a store in the Winn-Dixie fire. And I was like, man, a Winn-Dixie caught on fire.
Look, you know what y'all both did?
You know,
Now, I may be wrong,
my
but
gosh,
it seems
Greg, the
like
beef people are in trouble.
I didn't think you'd.
they're starting fires.
I didn't think you'd actually
So I
say
know
it.
they've shut down some stores, but
Yeah, they named it Dixie.
Ooh, it's too late today for that.
outside.
I should have done that in 5 to 6.
Yeah, you should have.
But anyway, back to this.
It's named for the road where it started 4 weeks
Look at
ago.
that, Greg.
But I thought we weren't allowed to say the word Dixie.
Yeah, I
anymore.
can't believe they hadn't renamed the road.
Haven't they renamed it yet? We can't say the word Dixie.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
keep
But,
it on.
but how about this? They think now a college professor is the one who set it on fire.
Not that one, Rick.
Not what?
It's just
College
close.
professor set arson fire near Dixie fire.
Right.
Well,
So
I got
there's
news
other
for him.
fires.
That's
Hey,
very
time out.
confusing.
Dixie Fire's got it covered. He didn't do nothing. He just hurried it up.
It
You know
says
what
they
I'm
were.
saying? He
They,
thinks he's sharp, man.
it
Dixie
said
had
that-
it.
it said he was facing charges of arson in connection with the ranch fire as well as unauthorized entry to a closed area.
He was trying to fight
So they
fire with fire.
basically put a tracking device on his car and his phone and realized
they
that he was
expecting-
at the location that these other wildfires started and have arrested him.
Do they think he had anything to do with the Dixie Fire?
No, the Winn-Dixie fire.
The Winn-Dixie Fire.
The Dixie fire, I don't believe.
I didn't
so.
think
They're
we
not
could.
sure.
I didn't think we could say Dixie. I thought that
I
was
bet
over.
if they keep talking about it, they're going to make them change it.
It
I mean,
says-
we took care of this house thing.
Ranch
What's going
fire
on?
and 6 other fires started between July 6th and July 7th.
So they had suspected him because they were tracking him.
Right, right. And I
Oh, we
don't
got
know
some
about the
pyro.
Dixie fire, Rick.
Rick got us a pyro.
Yeah, a pyromaniac. I don't know.
Pyromaniac.
Do you understand the fire setting people today? That doesn't make any sense.
No,
I
no.
like to burn
I mean,
boxes.
yeah. Look, well, that's
Do you?
different though.
Yeah.
If you're
Sherry
a
loves fire.
campfire
I love
guy
burning
or
boxes.
you burn trash, that's different, isn't
You
it?
give me a big old pile of cardboard, and I
Well,
just see fire.
I got that, but you don't go out in the woods.
No,
and
I don't
burn
want
it
to
to
burn.
see
I don't want to see
1,000
destruction.
acres burned.
No, no.
I don't want to see destruction.
I like a fire, but I don't want to go set fires just to get them out of control.
Yeah.
How about this guy is a professor in criminal justice, too,
How about that?
at one of the universities.
Well, they
Now,
all-
why were they
Sonoma
tracking
State
him?
University.
Well, he's going to tell him he was trying to put them out.
Yeah.
Why were they tracking him to begin with?
He worked
The
at Winn-Dixie?
story reads that they were, I guess he was someone of interest, and then they started tracking him and realized that wait a minute, he was he was at where the fire started, and the ranch fire is in the location that the Dixie fire started.
Okay.
Well, that clears it up.
Okay, I got it.
Well,
I mean,
look,
I'm wondering why they were
right
looking.
there.
They were looking at him for some reason.
right. Well, Greg, he's been known to play
It's a
with fire.
firebug, Rick. Pyro.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had some kind of probable cause if they were tracking him for something going on.
All right. I just looked up on TV4 and I saw in big red letters "elephant update."
Oh, is
Yeah,
that
got it.
family that goes through China or wherever they're
Well,
at?
we got elephants on the rampage again somewhere.
Really? I mean, I just didn't expect to see
Yeah, there they
breaking
are.
news elephant update.
You know, there's been a whole gang of them that has went like 300 miles, and they'll show overhead shots of them all in a big pile of sleep.
Is that them
Yeah.
right there? That must be them. Yeah. Okay.
Them crazy.
Does anybody know where they're going?
I don't think they do.
Somebody said they headed to Bryant Denny. Okay.
You know, Greg, I was pushing you. I really didn't think you'd say it.
What I know, you made me mad, dadgummit.
We'll be back. 15
My
minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up. A couple of things from the Olympics. I got a couple of stories on that coming up. But first, here's a video that Speedy's been wanting us to watch today. Well, he's saying that we all need to be careful.
Well, hey guys,
service announcement.
All right, straight up, I don't want to exaggerate, but I would say at least 3 times a week, maybe over the last couple of weeks, there's been stories like this all over the country.
And this
Speedy, I'm with you. This is concerning.
So be concerned.
You can't even pump gas.
If you're pumping gas, of course, you know, when I'm pumping gas, I got a little something for them. So
right.
if they're going to get me, they better come from behind.
Yeah, and they are.
Which they could.
Yeah.
But I got a little something for them.
I wouldn't approach anybody that had gasoline in their hand. That's a bad matchup.
But these are people, a robbery caught at a Mobile gas station, caught on camera. So
just broad daylight, too. It doesn't matter what time of day.
No, you got to watch it. Okay, here we go.
On gas station on Azalea Road, a woman was trying to walk inside this store when a man just walked up to her and started attacking her last night, and it all was caught on that camera.
A surveillance camera captured these terrifying moments of a rough robbery outside of a Chevron gas station. A Mobile woman ambushed, grabbed, and then eventually thrown to the ground.
For it to be right around the corner from where I live, I'm completely shaken up.
This all happening at the Chevron gas station at Azalea and Michael around 7:30 last night. Raven Cheese wasn't here at the time, but she could have been. She says she's normally at the store at least 3 times a week.
This gas station, I felt like it was safe, it's well lit at all times, but you just never know where trouble is.
In the video, you can see the unidentified woman pull up to a gas pump, then get out of her car to walk inside. That's when police say 28-year-old Brandon Young grabbed her and lifted her in the air as he tried to rob her. The woman fought back, but was eventually thrown to the ground. Police say Young grabbed her keys and ran off before being arrested this morning.
It could have been me, so that's why you always have to watch. You have to look up, be aware of your surroundings.
It made me scared for my daughter and my wife, you know what I'm saying? They come here too.
This isn't the first time this gas station has made the news. Back in June, a clerk was held up as 2 men demanded money. Shots were fired, but nobody was hurt. The suspects got away with some cash.
I'm scared all the time to standing outside for a minute.
The gas station manager didn't want his face on camera, but says he wants to see more police in the area to keep people safe from those looking to cause trouble.
They do what they want to do. That's what it is. And people like us, people like, innocent people get hurt every time. So all we need is just protect.
Despite the scary situation, she says she'll be back.
I'm still going to come here and try to keep my eyes open.
I got to know what the other person in that car was doing.
I know, just
watching this question.
I mean, you're sitting in your car and you're seeing a guy grab a woman, throw her down on the ground, and you don't do anything. You start driving. I mean,
I got to ask this question. I mean, it kind of hurts. You know how I loved watching news when we try to make news?
Oh,
now, I don't have the victim, but I have somebody who could have been one.
Yeah, they frequent the store.
I could have been a victim. Now, I wasn't here. Were you here? No.
It wasn't me, but it could have been.
But to be honest, this is actually different from the stories that Speedy's been trying to tell for 2 days. This is the ones he's talking about. People are crouching behind the cars and coming around while you're pumping gas.
Yeah.
And they're doing that a lot.
This one is a little bit
This one
more
actually
brave.
had nothing to do
well,
with
she was going to
even
begin
worse.
to
But it
pay
doesn't
for
apply
gas.
to what you were saying.
Well, but it's at a gas station, so it's in the same genre.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm just saying it's not. To your point, it's a little different.
The other
like,
stories were that while you're pumping gas, watch your back because people they get below the car and they come around.
Yeah.
This guy just picked. He could have picked her out in the middle of Winn-Dixie parking lot.
But what I'm talking about, why?
back to Winn-Dixie?
Why do we had a picture of him? Did we catch him?
I don't know, Rick.
Did she?
They had a mugshot.
Well, no, Rick, but they did catch one guy that could have done it if he'd have been there, but he wasn't.
Right. Today, Greg,
it's like the victim that could have been the victim.
Greg, we're going to interview people that could have been victim, and even people that might have even been the actual person.
Yeah, the perpetrator. Now, you weren't him, but you could have been.
I will tell you this. I did see someone.
Let me talk to the one that was grabbed.
I did see someone. To Greg's point, they'll come in and then the car will act like it's not stopping, but it'll slow down just enough for somebody to get out and sneak around behind you while you're leaning on the car, just looking at the price. And this one guy fended him off. He turned the gas pump on them like a weapon and started spraying them with the gas, and they ended up getting away. But at least he wasn't robbed. This one here, she looks like she's parked to get gas and she's walking in to pay, and he just comes out of nowhere and gets her.
Look, there's another one that could have been a victim if she had been there. What kind of story
We're
is
going
that?
we're going to interview people that, in the right set of circumstances, could have been here.
Great. Well, I'm sure the victim don't want to talk.
But I mean,
That ain't the point. Don't interview anybody.
yeah, just show what happened.
I mean, there's no reason to. Well, yeah. Were you here? Well, no. I haven't been here in weeks. But
Greg, when we come back, people who travel to Mobile that usually stop here to fill up.
All right.
Rick, we're covering a car crash. Now, were you in the crash? I wasn't, but I could have been because I was in a car and sometimes they crash.
Are you going to help any?
Just let them go. Just let them go.
Thank you.
mean, what?
I'm just saying. Don't
They were
don't text
showing
me.
people that were in the neighborhood, and
They
were very-
portrayed it as wasn't a victim,
she
but
said
could have been.
She was at the
Right.
store. It said sometime that day.
Yo, I love when they grass for news. We got to make a story.
Greg, we're also interviewing a guy. Now, he doesn't run this convenience store, but one about 3 miles down the road.
That's right. He also has one. So this could have happened to his
Greg,
store.
we're also
You never know.
Greg, we're also interviewing a man that says he's considering maybe working at a convenience store.
And if he had been here at the time,
And if he'd applied, got hired, and ended up right here, this could happen. But that's funny.
I love it.
All right, so some Olympic
Don't
updates.
text me when you get there.
You know that did not apply to the stories we were talking about earlier.
It's same genre.
Completely different.
You can't. You're not winning that one.
Completely different.
No,
Greg, he's
The
got a
style-
Winn-Dixie on fire.
Guys,
Leave it alone.
the style was a little different, but it was still. She was getting ready to pump gas at a gas
Sweetie,
station.
you need to be back over at that Winn-Dixie.
Trying to walk
No,
in the
you're
building.
wrong.
She was trying to walk in the building. She wasn't even pumping gas.
She was about to.
She was a long way from her car.
She wasn't at the water park.
She was over by the ice. Got her inside now.
But speaking of that, that makes us interview somebody who needs a back eye. Sir,
All right. No, you didn't need any help.
I didn't need any ice today, but if I had,
If I had, I could have been right here. I could have got it here.
Don't call me.
Well,
Hey,
I
I
feel
just got-
better.
I just got-
I feel well informed every day.
I just got it.
Greg, we're pitching it to our Birmingham affiliate. Who you got there? Guy who's going to Mobile. And he is shook up.
Just got a text from Greg, y'all. We can't make it today.
That's
just funny.
Gosh, that's good. All right, so we we have the Olympic gold medalist who has what now? We're going to do the one that's got to pay taxes, or the one that's going to buy a food truck.
Well, I'm starting with food truck.
Okay.
Tamara Mensah Stock. She is the first black woman and second woman to ever claim a wrestling gold medal for the U.S.
She was awesome.
She is planning to buy her mom a food truck to make her dream come true. She's using the cash that she will be awarded for her gold medal to make the purchase. That's $37,500 before taxes.
How about that?
Rick, now they didn't interview her. They interviewed somebody who actually does wrestle, but they weren't in the Olympics. But if they were, they might have won that medal and could have bought their mother a cartoon. They have that person. That's who they interviewed.
Here's an important tax thing. The amount is untaxed
There you go.
unless the athletes have a gross income over $1 million.
Which is, what's her name? The swimmer. They
Now-
say she's going to throw down some cash.
She has a great story. Her dad, who was killed in a car accident while she was in high school, had been driving home from one of her matches when she said.
It didn't even finish that story, does it?
Well, I started to say, where did it go here? That well, I don't know. It's not printed on here. Never mind.
All right.
Hey, she's buying her mom a food truck.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Thank you for being with us. Allform.com/Bubba. That's ALL, allform.com/Bubba. Have you been there yet? Go to the website, check it out. We ordered furniture there and had it sent to the farm, and we absolutely love it. It's handmade, high-quality furniture, all from right there in the great state of North Carolina. As we move toward the fall, you're going to be wanting to maybe think about your family room. Maybe you need a sofa for that. Maybe the living room. Maybe the screened patio area needs some stuff. Maybe house at the lake. Maybe you got a cabin or something you guys have up in the mountains. If you need some furniture, allform.com/Bubba makes outstanding, high quality, as I said, handmade in America furniture, including armchairs, sofas, sectionals, and love seats, and they do that at affordable prices. It's all customizable. And it ships right to your door from the factory in North Carolina. You pick the fabric, you pick the color, you pick the leg types, plus the sofa sizes and shapes. And to make sure it's perfect for you and your home or even your office, you're customizing it the way you want it. And then they send it to you. In about 3 to 4 days, you'll have it. You know what? You don't want to waste thousands of dollars on cheap furniture made with cheap materials, many times from overseas. It's probably going to take weeks or longer for it to arrive. But we're talking about allform.com/Bubba getting to you in 3 to 4 days. Customized exactly the way you want it, and you won't need any tools or anything like that to set it up. So if you're worried that you won't like it, they give you a 100-day free trial with free returns and a full refund. So you got nothing to lose. So go to allform.com/Bubba. That's going to save you 20% off anything you buy. And you're going to get a forever warranty. That's allform.com/Bubba, saving you 20% off anything. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So finishing what we're talking about, the wrestler is going to use the gold medal winnings to buy Mom a food truck. Her dad was killed in a car accident coming back from one of her meets is what they were talking about, matches. So anyway, because it's staying under a certain amount, she doesn't have to pay taxes on it, correct?
If you're... Well, let me give you the exact.
Yeah, I want to say
if your total gross income is less than $1 million, you don't pay tax. If you're over, I guess that's the line where they've considered you rich, and thus you have to pay taxes.
Yep. Now over to Olympic gold medalist swimmer Katie Ledecky. I'm sorry.
That's a cool name, though, isn't it? Ledecky.
Ledecky's cool, yeah. And she's dealing from the bottom of the Ledecky. But anyway, she'll be leaving Tokyo with 2 more medals, 2 golds, 2 silvers, and a large tax bill. They're saying that now the swimmer has won a total of 10 Olympic medals since London 2012. She's the most decorated female swimmer in Olympic history, and she's helping her get a lucrative endorsement deal, but these are totaling more than $1 million.
Yep.
And just what you just said, all Olympic medalists would win money along with their hardware at $37.5 for gold, $22.5 for silver, $15 for bronze.
And I think the U.S. is probably one of the lower paid out countries in the world for those. Of course, we have a lot of them.
Right.
But,
so they're saying if it's less than $1 million, you don't have to pay taxes to what you just said. It says the men's basketball team isn't going to be excluded, but a good majority of Olympians will be. And it says that Ledecky, because of all of her gold medals, she's now going to be exceeding the income level, and the IRS will be asking her for taxes. They think she's going to owe about $44,000.
So let me get this straight. So they're saying that even though she was below, I guess, on her how many Olympics has she been in? 4?
Yeah, and this time they
let it accumulate from that first Olympics to now, and that pushes her over. Because why would her endorsements have anything to do with what you get paid for the Olympics?
Yeah, I guess if you go 2,
you're gonna get paid taxed on that either way.
Yeah,
if you go 2 golds, that's $37.5 times 2. 2 silvers, that's $22.5 times 2. So they're adding that. It looks like to the stuff she's already got. Because they're saying she gets about $120,000 in prize money, and her endorsements, and she's likely going to owe $44,000.
I guess they just keep adding it up every how many Olympics you go to until you get over.
Well, they said
seems like you would pay by the year you earn them in. That doesn't
like
make
if
sense
I'm
to
under
add
it
'em
that
up.
year and I don't have to pay, then not that year falls off.
Yeah,
I didn't have to pay this year; it falls off.
Right, they can't go back. I don't think you would add that over that amount of time.
But then, like I
Doesn't make
said,
sense.
why would her endorsements have nothing to do with the Olympic payout?
I don't know.
You got to pay tax on them anyway.
They're saying the winnings are reportedly subject to top marginal tax rate of 37%.
Yeah, you could if you were over $1 million. That's what it would be.
Yeah.
Now, as an example to what I was saying, you make $37.5 in the U.S. for a gold medal. In Singapore, if you win a gold medal in U.S. dollars, you get $744,000. Hong Kong, $644,000.
Wow.
Kazakhstan, $250,000. Italy, $212,000. Hungary, $176,000. Russia, $61,000. France, $65,000. USA, $37.5. Right under us, South Africa at $3,700. The lowest one on here is Australia at $15,100.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So other things.
Malaysia pays out $241,000. So that's a big difference. If you're from Singapore, I mean that's a $250,000 difference.
Yeah.
But I guess Singapore doesn't have to pay out
as
a
many
lot.
athletes as the U.S. has. You know, if they had to pay that kind of
get
money for every gold medal,
That's a lot.
Well, how many do we have? We just had the thing the other day. How many?
We had
medals?
30, I think 39 or 38. I think gold.
We were 39 gold, and we were over 100 total.
113 total, I think.
That's a pretty big chunk.
Did they? I noticed. Did they pay anything for bronze? Did they say 15?
Yeah. Like okay, for the U.S.
Yeah, 15.
Let me give you all that.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
15.
37.5, 22.5, and 15. Yep. Down the
What
board.
about them guys that split the gold? How are they going to look at that? I guess you get gold.
37.5 each.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it.
Nah, it
But
wouldn't
Kevin
matter.
Durant will be in trouble because they're estimating he's worth $75 million.
He had to pay Thank goodness they won that gold medal.
Yeah.
And there we go. Also updating you on another story that we had brought you. Texas Supreme Court allows for arrest of Democrats who don't show up for to legislate. And how about they're saying that these Democrats, remember, that left, the Supreme Court is confirming that they face the threat of arrest if they come back into the state or have already returned, that they can arrest them.
Yeah, this is kind of a battle of the courts. You had a district judge issue a temporary restraining order that blocked the threat of arrest of Democratic lawmakers who fled the state. Well, the Texas Supreme Court vetoed that, saying, not so fast, you can be arrested. It's clear in the law that if you, in a special session, if you leave the state intentionally, you are subject to this. Now, it doesn't say they're going to put you in jail. It does say they're going to bring you back to the House, the Texas House, to give them a quorum to vote.
Yeah, it's almost like, you remember your mama sometimes would spank you back to finish the thing she told you to do?
Right. That's
you know,
it.
if you didn't do it, she'd come get you and march you right back in there and say,
Here it is.
Yeah, they ain't gonna think, nothing's going to happen beyond this, but you're going to do what I told you to do.
That's right.
Pick it up.
We're going to get this done.
Yeah.
I guess you don't have to vote, but you got to be present.
Do you remember that horrible feeling when you knew you were in the crosshairs?
Oh, Rick. Yeah.
I
don't like it.
It's bad.
Of some corporal punishment coming down from mom and dad.
Yeah.
That was always fun.
Just go back.
Even if you didn't, I mean, sometimes I guess you would intentionally do something, but if you didn't mean to do it and you did it, and you think, oh, I didn't mean to break that.
What was
it was
I
an
thinking?
accident.
Yeah. I didn't mean to make that D. What about when you're just sitting there and that you're riding home with that report card? It's just a terrible feeling.
No, man.
And it's got to be signed to bring it back. And you know it's ugly in there.
Your mother throw the card on the floor.
Yeah, our mom would just throw it up in there. Just take it and just toss it.
And then we try to get sympathy. I can't help I'm stupid. Oh, yeah, you're stupid. Yeah.
You ever tried that one?
It never worked.
We got a call by one of the teachers. The kids were young, and one of them, I won't say which one, threw his away in the room. And the teacher called and said, hey, found his progress report in the garbage here in the room. he basically said, I'm not even bringing it home.
I'm going to just see if they don't notice.
So
I'm going to get in trouble twice.
Yeah. For some reason, you thought there was a way to make that work, but it wasn't going to work. You had to face the music.
Didn't work.
No. And boy, that is not a good feeling. Terrible feeling. I'm so glad those days are over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we're on the other side.
All right, we'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. All 10 lines are available. We'd love to talk to you. You can join us. 866-WE-BE-BIG, whatever is on your mind. We'll line those phone calls up. We'll take yours, and the show will go in the direction you want it to go. You got anything to add? 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Thanks for being with us. Lines are available. Come on in now. We'll get you set up, ready to go. Wednesday Bible study back today. Catch it in a little bit, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on our YouTube channel. We'll archive that for you, and it'll be available soon after on our YouTube channel and on our podcast if you're unable to catch it live. All right, so let's start with Flip out of Hendersonville. At the end of 30 seconds, buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. We go to the next caller. Flip, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead. What's on your mind?
Big howdy. Hey, let me ask you what you think about this. It's a little random. What if President Trump ran with Ron DeSantis on the ticket and they had an inside deal? Trump said, hey, look, at the halfway through my third year, I'm just going to resign. You will continue to be president. And then if he's as good as he says he is, I mean, he could serve close to 10 years as president. Couldn't that happen?
Yeah, I guess it could.
You know, I just don't see.
Not likely, but it could.
Yeah, I don't see Trump as ever stepping down and handing the baton to anybody, just from a personality standpoint. And I don't know that. I think DeSantis supports him, but I don't know if he would leave the Florida governorship to be VP either. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't think that's very likely, but
I don't think you'll see Pence run as a VP for Trump again either. I think that relationship probably has been severed a little bit there.
Probably not. You're talking about the bridge burner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he blamed him for the whole thing. Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, when you get blamed, when you tell everybody you can do something but you really can't, that makes things tough. Richard in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Richard, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Green Acres.
Hey, thanks for the call, buddy. Go ahead.
So back to the Democrats in Texas. Not only did the Supreme Court rule that they would be arrested, they also denied their request to restore their pay. The whole time they've been gone out of Texas, they haven't been getting paid from the state.
So that's already happened.
Yeah, they denied it. They're not getting paid.
Well, I mean, these guys don't make their main part of their money from doing this job in this Texas legislature. The Texas legislature only meets like once a year, and it's only for a few weeks.
Really?
So, yeah. They don't meet year round.
Pretty good gig.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Chris in Pensacola. Chris, go ahead. Welcome. 30 seconds.
Green Acres, guys.
Thank you, Chris.
You betcha. Come on.
Go ahead, buddy.
Well, I heard you guys talking earlier about the dog that rang the bell. I have friends of ours that taught their dog to open the door with a rope and then come inside, turn around, close the door.
That's pretty good.
Well, now I'd like to know how they did that with a rope, unless they're living in a barn.
Must be a sliding door. I don't know. I could probably teach Mr. Buddy to do that.
I'd like to see video of it.
You couldn't.
I'm not doubting you. I just would like to see it, how they do it.
Cowboy checking in. What's up, Cow? Hey, I've got a cowboy, baby.
Diaping on back.
Go, Cowboy.
Okay, so my opinion is, first of all, Green Acres, money grab.
Cowboy. Go ahead, Cowboy.
Okay, I just want to let you know, in my opinion, my personal opinion, I think that Donald Trump might want to meet up with Pastor Geno Jennings, the pastor of the Holiness of God. And if they get together, then I think Donald Trump might understand a little better. All right, thank you.
Now, what I didn't follow. Was he going to set Trump straight, or what was the deal?
I have no idea.
Yeah, they're going to be running mates? What is it?
I think, does he mean that Geno and Trump need to sit down and Geno need to set him straight?
Start off and go, Rick, I believe their first sentence will be, it's not 2 Corinthians.
Right.
Second.
Right.
Let's start
usually
there.
how it's said. I asked you guys in the break, and I'm curious how remember Russia came out with the COVID vaccine? I mean, right after it came out, like 2 weeks.
It started,
it was like 2 weeks. Putin said, we got one.
It. Done.
We're about to start giving it to everybody called Sputnik 5. Sputnik V, Sputnik 5. It did not, it used the old form technology. They used 2 cold viruses known as RAD26 and RAD5. and it was 2 different shots. And I wondered how that was doing.
Haven't heard a report on them. You have to get info out of there.
Yeah, you hadn't heard a lot about Russia. Are they having problems? Are they having upticks?
You ain't heard one thing.
And China had an antibody too, didn't they? Didn't they have some kind of vaccine?
Well, Speedy's saying Peru or somebody's using.
What's the other
Coronavirus?
The Astra whatever?
AstraZeneca.
Yeah, and that mostly in Europe.
Greg, there was actually a reporter interviewed somebody that used to live in Russia. Now they're not there.
They're not there. They could have been there.
But if they were there, they might have had this.
Yeah, I think it's Coronavac, Bubba. That's the Chinese company that Peru's using.
That makes sense.
Well, how's theirs doing? Are they having any luck with it? Or are they shutting schools down? What's the deal there?
I don't know. I was just reading up.
Are they wearing masks?
I had no idea
in
that
Russia.
I had no idea that Peru had more deaths than any other country in the world.
I did not know that either.
It says that the death rate of is as high as any other country, according to Johns Hopkins Coronavirus Research Center. About 600 for every 100,000 people infected with COVID-19 are dying.
How about when did you see another on Your America Today? Did you see the Loudoun County, Virginia teacher that said that she would not honor the transgender pronoun policy?
Yeah.
I think it's video 4, and we're running out of time.
Very tearful.
Yeah, well, you know what she said?
She just resigned.
Well, this is what's going to have to happen is if you're a person of faith and you say this is something I cannot do because of my faith, then I cannot do it.
Yeah.
And as opposed to just going along with it, sometimes you got to decide if you're going to stand with the world or stand with God. And if you stand with God, it may cost you. So here's some of it right here.
My name is Laura Morris. I have been a teacher in Loudoun County Public Schools for 5 years and a teacher for 10. In that time, I have learned so much, being on the cutting edge of educational technology and working with a diverse population of students that I have loved. This year, I have the privilege to follow my amazing 4th graders up to 5th, and I have been excited about this all summer. On the other hand, this summer I have struggled with the idea of returning to school, knowing that I'll be working yet again with a school division that, despite its shiny tech and flashy salary, promotes political ideologies that do not square with who I am as a believer in Christ. After reading about your lack of consideration for the growing population of concerned citizens in this division, clearly evidenced by this empty room tonight where you shut the doors to the public, as well as the emails sent by the superintendent last year reminding me that a dissenting opinion is not allowed, even to be spoken in my personal life, going so far as to send a form to my colleagues and I encouraging us to fill it out if we hear one another speaking against the controversial policies being promoted by this school board and adopted in this county. Not only that, but within the last year, I was told in one of my so-called equity trainings that white, Christian, able-bodied females currently have the power in our schools, and that, quote, this has to change. Clearly, you've made your point. You no longer value me or many other teachers you've employed in this county. So since my contract outlines the power that you have over my employment in Loudoun County Public Schools, I thought it necessary to resign in front of you. School board, I quit. I quit your policies, I quit your trainings, and I quit being a cog in a machine that tells me to push highly politicized agendas on our most vulnerable constituents, the children. I will find employment elsewhere. I encourage all parents and staff in this county to flood the private schools.
And they cut her off. Wow. Well, she says, there just comes a time when I have to say it's on me for still being here. And let's go somewhere else. So there you go. So I applaud her for her convictions. Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Waking on the blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick